here they go running. And so there were so many times I would ride up and down, up and down, up and down the street and around the subdivision and looking and hollering their names. And finally I would find them, and they would come to me when I found them. But
they were out.
Golly, they would just go to
exploring.
And one day it was storming, it was raining.
Oh, no.
And it was early. Golly, it was early, and I had to get to the show. And I was out. I realized that they overnight had gotten out, and I'm riding around. So finally, I said, "Okay, this is it. I've just got to go to the studio, and I'm gonna maybe have to look for them after the show." And I didn't like it, but I'm like, I got to go to work, right? So I pull up, and those two were sitting at the front door of that studio. They are sitting there. Now it was raining again.
They wanted to go to work with you.
They were sitting there right outside the front door, out of the rain, just sitting there looking at me.
Thinking
and I
maybe
could
he'll
not.
show up.
Shiloh and Akia were their names.
What ended up happening to them?
Well, I got them in the car and took them back home.
Forever. Did you give them away?
Oh yes, I had. So when I moved from Gadsden to Trussville, when the station we were on at the time moved towers from Still up on Chandler Mountain, they moved it to just outside of Birmingham to become a major Birmingham station. When that happened and the guys moved, I moved from Gadsden to Trussville because sometimes you would still have to go to Gadsden or whatever. Well, anyway, when I moved, the folks that moved me had a farm, tons of land.
No, wait a minute. Is this that we all feel better? We tell ourselves they have a big farm.
Well, no, they did, but they did. They were good people. They were actually good people and loved the dogs. And those dogs, they're not set up for apartment life.
And
and so that had been on me that I needed to do something.
And you were done with chasing them.
I was, but also I wanted them to have a better life than just being in an apartment all day. Because here I am single. I was roommates with Judd, and we're moving in. I'm like, I don't want to put that on him.
John dogs.
Yeah, and so they ended up taking it, and they for a while they would stay in touch with me about how great they're doing. And they ended up, of course, just passing away of old age or whatever. That was a long time ago, y'all. And
you were so relieved when you got
But anyway, whenever I think of the old building, that's where we did so much. There was just so much history there. I think about those days with those dogs and running around and chasing them and trying to figure out where they're at. And then but the day I came to the studio,
they covered some ground.
And I think they had been there once or twice. I don't know how I still to this day it freaks me out to know how did they know where I was going? And they're just sitting there waiting, just sitting there at the front door.
They knew that you would eventually show up and get them.
It's the most bizarre story, and none of that is made up. All that is exactly how it happened.
Well, now they thought they were going to Trussville, but they were incorrect. They were disappointed on that. But
hey, but have you ever been looking for something or whatever, and you go, okay, this is it. I got to go. I'm going to be late. I've got to go.
I hope it works out.
And I know my neighbors were totally exhausted with the dogs, but you should have seen it. Looked my backyard looked like Sanford and Son. I had stuff that I had extended the fence to where they couldn't climb it and stuff, and they would still get out.
Yeah, it's amazing. I had some beagles that could do that. Like I say, they put their feet in the thing, and then they get up top and they just tip over.
Yeah, and what's so funny too is that I saw, and I think Shiloh, she was the one that could really get going. And I actually saw her stretch like she was an athlete stretching before she runs. I saw her stretch before she climbed the fence.
She's like, I'm fixing to get out.
And then to your point, say just get to the top and then just kind of be teetering and then kind of fall over.
Sometimes they land bad, sometimes they don't.
Yeah, and then there they go.
And you got them when they were little, and you thought, oh, look at them, they're little. I know. And then all of a sudden you look, they're not little.
Right, no. And then, of course, you can't have one. You got to have two.
Yeah.
Because what's this weird thing about they need a friend?
My kids taught me into that with 2 Datsuns. Went to get one, came back with 2. And boy, they were something.
They need a friend.
Yeah, he had a friend. They fought they would get in just deadly fights with each other. Bleeding. Datsuns.
Are you serious?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Well, wow.
They were rough.
But it was just a different time, man, and apartment life and dogs, and some of you can pull that off, but that's just tough because they don't have a yard, they don't have anything to go do, And hey, working some long hours too back in that.
Yeah,
I mean, we still do, but I'm talking about I'm going early, coming back late.
You couldn't lock them in the bathroom.
Right, so they're gonna stay in there all day, from about 5 a.m. to 4, 5, 6 p.m. No.
Of course, the people told you they had a farm. They just took it. They just wanted to help you out. They took them off, had them taken care of.
Why do you always think about that? Huh?
I got this wonderful farm. Okay.
As we go to break, quick shout out to Richard Fitz. Now, some of you go, who's Richard Fitz? He played
Richard.
at Helena High School, then went to play at Auburn. He made his major league debut yesterday with the Red Sox. He was the starting pitcher for the Red Sox against the White Sox.
How about that?
And
against the White. That's a good one to start with.
And he did extremely, so good. He made it all the way to the 6th inning, and I think it was a 1-1 game when he left. But, man, I just wanted to – his family is just so awesome. I have watched him since he was, his older brother Trevor Fitz. He played at Mississippi State, and just the very talented family. But just a quick shout out to him, his family and friends. It was so awesome to see him because you look at these kids that are now grown men.
I know.
And you remember them back from youth ball and watching them grow up and become who they are, and then all of a sudden he's standing there.
Wow!
And he's pitching in
It's a long journey
leagues.
there.
It is, and he has done extremely well. One of their top prospects in AAA, and they called him up for his big debut yesterday. And there were some family and friends and those from Helena that made the trip up. I know Coach PJ Guy went up there, and Cummings and some others went up there to kind of support him. And some of his friends that he knew from high school made the trip up, and so it was a big deal. But what a moment. What a moment to finally
work your whole life.
And you make that. And he did so good, and so proud of him. And just to see where he is now is pretty amazing. Yeah. Turned into be a big man too.
Oh yeah,
and can throw that thing. Let me tell you, he's got some good stuff. And the broadcast I was watching, it was NBC Chicago. It was a White Sox team.
Yeah.
And they were very confident. Hey, this guy's got some stuff, and so hopefully this is the beginning of a great Major League Baseball career. But these guys just didn't show up. Some of these guys have spent time in the minors and worked their way up.
Oh yeah, it's a long.
So those days need to be celebrated. So congratulations to him and the family. All right, we'll take a break. We'll be right back. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number, 866-932-3244. Also your text option, and y'all are wearing that out today. We love it. Some of you, my face on all kinds of things.
I'm not sure how they're doing that.
Yeah.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It's 6 minutes past the hour, Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us as a brand new hour begins now. Back from the weekend, this hour starts with the national anthem. Seven and a half minutes past the hour. Hello and welcome to a brand new Rick and Bubba hour on a brand new day, on a brand new week. Coming off the weekend, the kickoff hour behind us. Greg Burgess and Speedy knocked that out. Eddie Van Adler now joins you. He'll handle the YouTube experience as we go forward. Thank you for being with us today. Whether you are listening to America's boldest radio stations, our TuneIn app, watching on YouTube, whatever the case may be on the live options, we're glad you're here. Or maybe you're archiving a daily archive, the full show on our YouTube channel. 1 hour is available for Blaze TV subscribers, and then you get the audio archives every day. You can find those on the Rick and Bubba podcast channel. So whether it's live or archive, we're glad you're here. Missing one, the silver tongue one. The man with a golden voice, professional lunch eaters, man of the year, the inventor of pizza and a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, welcome into the long-running Rick and Bubba Show. Pull up a chair and stay a while.
Why can't we be friends? Why can't we be friends? Come on. Why can't we be friends? I see you standing in the welfare line. Bubba, it is a day on another week. Welcome back. Hope you had a good weekend.
Hey, yeah, beautiful weather we'll have this weekend.
Oh, man.
A lot going on, a lot of moving parts out there.
Yeah.
Carried right on into this week. A lot of ball games.
A lot of ball games. We got a lot to cover on the program today. I know that I heard the kickoff hour, and you and I talked about it, Bubba, and I agree. There were some. Now, I know we live in the Deep South, and we're not going to be duped. We know it's not here yet.
Oh.
But it was one of those things
No.
we had. I remember, and it was good on Saturday, but I remember Sunday morning getting up for church, walking out onto the screened-in porch, and I just began to scream, looking at the cobalt blue skies. This is what I want all the time. Mm-hmm. Could it be like this all the time? Just right here all the time. So it's cooled off a little bit. So we had a great weekend, and we'll recap that for you. We do have a lot to talk about in the sports world, obviously. Bubba, also, I returned to where it all began. I'm back. I'm packing videos. I'm packing pictures. Went back to the first studio and everything that revolves around that first studio. And I have a full recap on the show today as I took a trip down memory lane. So we'll talk about that a little bit today. I don't know what happened as far as stories around the country and the world. I don't know that I care or want to get into that, but we have that today. I know
we got a debate this week.
Debate, is it tomorrow night?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, and that ought to be a doozy. And I heard, and Greg was telling me, Greg, I understand. Are you going? You got grandparents' breakfast today?
Yes.
Grandparents for Ellis's kindergarten class.
Yes.
That's awesome.
Oh, that's funny.
How about that?
Now,
That'll be fun.
He hadn't locked anybody out of the house or anything, has he?
No,
Yeah,
he's doing good. You got to watch it. Don't be mean to him.
Now, I know he didn't want to be 5 because kindergarten is he's embracing 5 now.
He is getting better about it.
Yeah, is he 5 or not?
He is officially 5. He will accept that.
Okay.
I think at first, because in the past he'd gone like 3 days a week, about half a day. That first week when it was a full 5-dayer.
Yeah.
You remember those days?
Oh, yeah. We've
and they're
talked
like,
about it.
so I got to go back tomorrow.
Look, Bubba and I talked about it because a lot of us, I know that your mom worked at some point, and ours did too, but I can remember when you were a little bitty fella, that thought that somebody was going to leave you somewhere out of your neighborhood and out of your house. I mean, you couldn't believe it.
No, I didn't care for it.
You couldn't believe it was happening. Because all this thing of growing up in a daycare and all that, we really
Please tell me no.
We didn't live that kind of that life. But so anyway, there's a lot to cover today, and we will run down. I saw something, Bubba, that was especially you. There were a lot of things that I was reminded of our 31 years together. Obviously, if you're going to be where I was, everywhere you turn, there's a memory. But for some reason, it had nothing to do with the 31 years. It just had to do with you personally because I found it to be so odd. So Sherry went with me because there's a lot of history. That's where Sherry and I met, and we'll talk about all that today too. But so we stopped at a gas station to get like a bottle of water or something before we headed over to the church. That's why I was there. I was speaking at a church. And I almost questioned this person, but I thought, well, I know Bubba well enough. Maybe I shouldn't. And there was a person in Gadsden, Alabama. I mean, you could have hit the original studio with a rock in a full-blown Minnesota Vikings jersey. I'm talking about sewn-on numbers. I mean, a serious Vikings fan. And I almost engaged them, and I thought, well.
You mean a troubled soul?
Yeah, right. And I thought, what? I guess I just noticed Vikings fans more because of the fact that you're one. But I didn't recall seeing many others than you, in that part of the world. Well, but there was one that was full blown. I mean, I'm talking about you could tell they were serious about the Vikings. I mean,
and
seriously.
I got all the emails this weekend. Y'all, this is just part of the setup. Don't buy.
Oh, it always is. Yeah.
I mean, they went to the Meadowlands and handled the Giants.
That doesn't matter.
But if it had been a playoff game, they couldn't have bought a first
setup.
Yeah.
All it is setup.
Ain't no way Giants were winning in that uniform.
No.
Good night.
It's that relationship that's bad for you, and you just can't seem to. She's trying to get you to call her again. Yeah. And she's just gonna treat you bad.
I know. Look,
Sam
I know,
look good.
I know the deal, so I'm not taking the bait.
Right.
You can bring the spinner bait by me all you want. And look, good for them. I hope they win a bunch of them.
Did you see Reagan over the weekend?
No, I did not.
Text, right?
No.
I really don't think you should see it. I really think it'd be too emotional.
Yeah, I don't need to see it.
I had a lot of people say that when I said that the horse scene at the end will cause your popcorn to be wet, they said that's all they need to hear.
Yeah.
I
don't need any more sadness.
No, you don't want to see that.
Nada.
Yeah, that's Greg's glasses there on the console.
Yeah.
All right, we'll be back. 15 minutes past. We'll dive right into it.
There they are.
Greg will be running off to his grandkids' breakfast for a minute, but he'll be back. We do have a look back. Historic place. We'll get the sports highlights and the stories of the day, all on the new show.
Rick and Bubba.
21 minutes past. All right, so we'll get into the look back, the trip back to the original studio where Bubba and I met, where we started the show 31 years ago, where my wife Sherry and I met. A lot of history in those buildings, and I returned to those yesterday and got a full tour. Went inside, looked around. I've got some videos. We'll do all those, and I'll take you through some. Even Bubba, for some of us, will be some scary moments. I'll take you back through some of that coming up next hour. So Greg has gone to his grandson's grandparents' breakfast. Can't believe this is real. I remember when my parents came to my kids' grandparent breakfast. Can't believe that Greg is going to that. So I know that kickoff hour hit a little bit of football. We're big football fans. We love it.
That time of year.
Yeah, I do. I didn't get to see a whole lot. What is this week? Is it 0, 1, 2?
2.
Yeah, I didn't see a lot on week 0, and I didn't see a lot. I did. I saw week 0. I think I saw them. When did Clemson and Georgia play?
The 0.
Was that 1 or 0?
1.
All right, so I saw them play. I saw that whole game last week, right? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I was going to try to see a little more this week. I didn't. I saw a little more, not a lot. So I know that my cranky old man commentary would not apply to everything, but I'm struggling right now with the state, and I realize that I'm an old cranky old man. I get it. I understand that. I know that. I hear myself. But when I was watching it, and I only saw maybe 2.5 games, and I saw bits and pieces of 3 different games, and it was the sloppiest, most over-officiated. Here's what I saw. I saw terrible execution. I saw players laying on the field like they're Lazarus, being raised from the dead, laying there as if it's the end of time, people rushing out to their aid, and then them standing up, walking off the field and playing 2 plays later.
Yeah.
I'm sick and tired of that, okay, laying out there like they're hurt. I saw one kid lay on the field, shut the game down for I don't know how long, and when he got to the sideline, he was doing this. He was pushing on his shoulder like somebody hit him on the shoulder. Well, if your shoulder is bruised or whatever, what are you laying on the field for? Get off the field. And the officiating, it's like, oh, my gosh, every little thing's a penalty. I saw some holding calls on, one time we used to think that we never do things right. I used to think they let offensive linemen get away with holding. Now they've gone back the other way. If you just remotely even touch somebody and grab their jersey for a minute, whether you had anything to do with the play or not, it's holding. Mm-hmm. I saw various touchdowns being called back, and they showed the holding calls, and you'd hear the announcers go, okay, I guess that was holding. And the targeting, and it just looks like a game that is just lost its way. I felt like it was bad effort, bad execution, laying around on the field, sloppy, penalties everywhere. It really was hard to watch.
Well, I really think there's too many penalties in football.
The game just drags on and on and on.
And
Stop.
I think a long time ago they should have said, look, if we're going to add one, we got to take one away.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And some of them are not really, the safety rules I don't have a problem with. But a lot of the things are just, it's from a formation standpoint and all that, I think we could do without.
The biggest thing I would like to see them separate is this targeting rule. And I think there's a difference between someone blatantly coming in and putting the crown of the helmet and trying to take somebody out that's being held up and hurt them or whatever. That's one category. But if you're a linebacker meeting a running back in the hole just to make a tackle, and somehow the crown of the helmet hits their face mask or whatever, I saw that twice where that was rule targeting.
Well, the problem is it meets the criteria of it meets the rules.
That's what I'm saying. I think that needs to be separated, and maybe there's a penalty or whatever, but the person shouldn't be kicked out of the game.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? Because I think
think
there's a difference between blatantly trying to come in and protect a defenseless runner or receiver. I got that. But just making a football play, and I don't know.
Every single play, every single throw, it seems like every one of them, both fans and every player thinks there's pass interference on every single pass, whether offense or defensive. Right. Nobody. It's just hard. It's like it's overregulated with this. And I know. I'm the cranky old man. I got it. I'm owning that. With this unlimited transfer portal, no one's regulating NIL. It just looks like you've got a bunch of players that have no loyalty to where they are. You have to baby them to the point that they're undisciplined. By the way, can you just dance in college football now in the end zone? Apparently. There's no penalty on it. They all do dances and all this kind of stuff, which, that's fine if it's allowed. I didn't know we started allowing that now. The game is turning into a game that's nothing like the game I loved. And I'll just tell you straight up, because you have to baby them so much, I thought most of the teams I saw looked sloppy. Terrible execution, sloppy play. Now, I will say, of all the teams I only saw about 6 teams, but of the one I saw of the 6, Texas looked like they were the closest to being well-coached, well-disciplined, and ready to play. But I didn't see but just a little bit of the game.
They did look good this
They look
week,
like the best
no
team.
doubt.
Yeah.
When you go to the big house on the road against Michigan and play like they did, that's impressive.
Yeah, they jumped Ohio State in the polls.
Yeah. So I didn't see enough, but I'm just saying, just the game itself. I'm speaking to the state of the game more than specific teams.
Yeah.
But I think the formula that I just said, kind of like we keep saying about, I know this is much more serious, so I understand the transition here, that, we won't look at what's producing mass shooters. We just keep saying, go grab the guns.
Right.
All the things I just said, that formula, unlimited transfer portals, paying players with no regulations whatsoever, not the way it intended, over-regulated game, taking away simple tackles in the middle of the line, linebackers just playing like linebackers. We're creating a version of the game that, frankly, is not all that entertaining. Yeah. It just looks like a mess.
Every game,
sloppy.
You see a play and you think, well, that's targeting. They're going to throw that guy out, and they've ruled no targeting. Then you see a play you don't think's anywhere close to it, and they throw him out.
Do you agree with the
it's just, right. I mean, it's on all the teams. It's crazy.
Do you agree with the point I'm making, too, that instead of us going, my team will out-execute your team, it's turned into your team commits penalties and my team, I'm looking for the next penalty to give me an advantage versus executing a good play.
Yeah, well, it
just feels over-regulated.
Yeah, it is. And the one that's always griped me is the number of men you got on line of scrimmage. How you'll have one wide receiver step up, another one step back, and good night. If he doesn't step back just right, it's all. I mean, to me, some of that is ridiculous.
Yeah, and like you look at the Alabama game, and Alabama at the end, certainly showed that, and they have great players, and I have no problem with Coach DeBoer. Don't misunderstand me. But did everybody see Nick Saban's face when he was watching that mess of the first 3 quarters? What a mess! And how about this? If the South Florida quarterback was accurate at all throwing the ball, because he was good running. But he had men running wide open. He just couldn't connect. I mean, not kind of open, wide open. He connects with those simple connections, any of them. That game feels a lot different. And you see Saban, it's almost like you can watch. Somebody said he left after his presentation. I don't know if that's true or not, but I bet he wanted to. Because of the state of the game, more than the state of Alabama. And and somebody on text, you're right. That's exactly why Saban retired. He feels the same way we do. I don't want to stick around the state of the game. And I love football too, so that breaks my heart.
Yeah.
We'll come back, bottom of the hour. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We're back. Thanks for being with us. We'll have weekend recaps coming up. We're hitting a little college football right now. Greg has gone to a grandparents' breakfast with his grandson, Ellis. He'll be back before the show is over. At simplysafe.com/bigbox. Now more than ever. Yeah, security. I mean, I wish it wasn't that way, but it is. None of us feel like we are living in the times where, it doesn't really matter if I have a security system. It doesn't really matter if I'm able to defend myself. Doesn't really matter if I lock my doors. Well, those days, unfortunately, are over. But good news is you can feel safe again, and that shouldn't be a luxury. That ought to be a given. Just do what a lot of us have done. Simplysafe.com/bigbox. Now, listen. You've heard us talk about this system for years and all the awards and everything as being the best security system. They've won 5 years in a row, best customer service. Did you know right now, if you've never done this and you're ready for a new system, hear me now, stop. This is Speedy kind of savings. 50% off. Yes, and that's not – look, Speedy, we're not done. 50% off and a free indoor camera.
Come on.
And it's, as Speedy says, you had me at free.
Come on.
And also their live guard technology, their 24/7 monitoring agents can act within 5 seconds of receiving your alarm, even speak to intruders, warning them that police is on the way and getting you help quicker because it rules out false alarms. So go right now. They continue to get award after award, but more importantly, all of you seem to love it, and we do too. Simplysafe.com/bigbox. Save 50% on a new system and get a free indoor security camera. Find that link also at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. So Bubba, also we'll hit, if you want to hit the ranks. The rankings right now. So
early
this is
in
just
the
college
season
football.
here.
We'll
Early.
get into NFL a little bit.
AP top 25. Georgia number 1. Texas at number 2. Ohio State 3. Alabama 4. Ole Miss at number 5. Missouri at 6, Tennessee 7, Penn State 8, Oregon 9, Miami 10, followed by USC, Utah, Oklahoma State, Kansas State, and Oklahoma to 15, LSU at 16, then Michigan, Notre Dame, Louisville, Arizona, Iowa State, Clemson, Nebraska, Boston College, and Northern Illinois.
I was a little surprised because you and I have talked about it for years, what it takes to move Notre Dame out of the top 10.
Yeah.
Because they are a media darling. With the 12-team playoff, they should be fine if they can just get their act back together. But Northern Illinois, as you mentioned, now that's not a bad football team. That's not like playing some scrub.
See, I still, it's just strange to me. You see Notre Dame sitting at 18. They're 1-1. Northern Illinois, that just beat them on their field, sitting here at 2-0 at 25. See, that just doesn't wash with me.
Well, you and I come from the school of if I beat you, I get your slot.
Yeah, absolutely.
If everybody said that's what you were ranked, if I beat you, I must be ranked that. It makes all the sense in the world, really. If you think about it.
I mean, it's just very bizarre. Now they paid a price. They dropped 13 spots, but still,
sure.
If I was Northern Illinois, I'd be like, I need to be one spot ahead of them.
But if you're Notre Dame, you go to Texas A&M and beat them in the first one. And then you cannot, you can't mess up, can you? You got to be ready every weekend because now anybody can beat you.
Well, I think the stability of the way the programs used to be built versus this transfer portal NIL world, you're going to see teams be a lot more up and down than used to because you don't have the same guys playing together. They don't have the chemistry they've had. I mean, they can put together a great week, but then they can turn around and lay an egg.
Sloppy.
Adler was trying to say something.
Okay, good.
Hey, Auburn looked good.
Oh my goodness gracious!
Isn't that a good-looking squad?
Here's the Northern Illinois game-winning call. If you guys want it, this is the local radio call. You won't be able to watch it behind you guys, but you will be able to watch it over there.
All right, let me ask you this: Is this going to be the field goal to put them ahead, then the field goal they blocked, or just the one they blocked?
This is the block.
Okay, all right,
yeah,
gotcha.
just the final 5 seconds of the game.
Okay, here we go.
Okay, there we go. In here.
He's lining it up. 5 seconds left. NIU up 16-14. 62-yarder. Snap, hold. Jeter's kick. It's blocked! It's blocked! It's blocked!
How about that? That's
wow.
Good.
That's impressive.
Dude was pumped.
We should be pumped.
Did y'all see the coach after the game?
He got pretty emotional.
He was crying a lot.
Oh, really?
He cries a lot.
Well, I worried about him when he went, with the emotion. I didn't want to look. It might be overwhelming.
Yeah, Speedy, you're not going to be able to watch.
No,
it.
I have.
You've seen it?
Yeah, but I am going to look down. But I mean, my gracious. His
Real
team
man cry.
I don't know where I am on this.
Okay.
You know, because
I haven't seen it, so have you seen it?
Yeah,
No, I have
he gets
not.
he gets
Have not.
it's he gets emotional.
He's crying hard.
Okay.
Yeah,
All right.
yeah.
Real man cry, Speedy.
That's
Never
right.
forget that.
That's right.
Mhm.
But that's a man that loves his boys.
By
right
the
there.
way, those of you that don't know, if you're not familiar with how this all works, NIU will now get beat by a team that everybody thought they should have smoked.
Yes.
Somebody in their own conference will beat them.
Yeah. Yes.
I mean, that's how
At
this
home,
works. Yeah, right.
when they're about a 3 touchdown favorite.
Right. And I have laughed really hard at the various memes and little videos of NIU picking up their $1.4 million check.
Yeah.
Have you seen that one? Where we got guys coming in the dude hat and it says, "Here comes NIU to pick up their check." Look, and he's strutting in, but he's like,
Oh yeah, yeah.
So $1.4 million to come into South Bend and beat Notre Dame.
Yep.
Not too
That
bad.
may be what he's crying about.
That's
$1.4 million.
That's a costly loss.
It is, but that's you got to.
That'll be one of those games that when it gets down to the playoffs and you're trying to decide on that number 12 spot, you're going to go, well, that was an ugly loss.
Yeah, you
At home.
Well, let me tell you something. If you're Notre Dame, to Bubba's point, you need Northern Illinois, to be
Lighted up.
to keep going.
Yep.
They're 2-0 right now. They need to keep on rolling. But hey, that was emotional.
It was very emotional.
Yeah,
That's a man that loves what he does.
he does.
Let me ask you this.
Man crying.
He does too.
I see.
Look, a low T hits us all.
I have not seen any of the highlights from this, but Nebraska 2-0.
Yeah.
Hadn't seen that in a while.
Yeah, Nebraska told the Deion Sanders hype, no, this year, no, thank you. Yeah,
Not happening this year.
beat them bad.
Bad.
Yeah, it was ugly. Now, I don't know whether that means what you and I have been pulling for, that Nebraska will be good again. We all want Nebraska to be good again, unless, of course, they're your rival. But if you're just a casual college football fan, you've had a tough time having to go through years of Nebraska being no good.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
And I don't know whether this means they're good or Colorado's bad. I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah, I kept seeing updates on that game, like you're saying, Bubba, and it was like not even close. They were getting blown out.
So what's Colorado's record now?
I think 1-1, right?
I don't see them here listed, so I don't know.
I don't know. I don't know what their situation
They
is.
won their first game, and so this was their second.
Right. I don't know, but so we'll there's a lot to take away from over the weekend, and you if you look at all of it, and we already mentioned this, probably in the fan bases right now, if you're Texas, you feel good. If you're Tennessee, you feel good. Georgia, of course, you feel good.
Mm-hmm.
And Ohio State, I know they got jumped, but they still seem to be all right. Right?
Until they play Michigan.
Right. Well.
So Colorado beat North Dakota State in game 1, then lost 28-10 in game 2.
Okay.
Well, they didn't blow the Bison out, though. It was a lot closer than you'd want it to be if you're Colorado.
Oh, you talking about North Dakota State? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's. I got confused with Bison and Buffalo. You got two things going at the same time.
Yeah.
So
Very
it's
similar animals. Very similar.
yeah.
It might be the same even? I don't even know.
I think it's the same with a different name.
Yeah, it's the same. Yeah. I don't know what the difference of the two is. We'll be back. Biggest upset in college football history. I don't know that I agree with that. There's been some pretty bad ones. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We're back, the Rick and Bubba Show, about to leave Turner South here in the next few minutes. Call standing by. Valerie also works here at the station. Valerie, you've heard her on the show a couple times. She works with JT. They do a show together in Birmingham after our show is over. So she works in the. Oh, she's gone. I thought she was still there. I'm sorry.
She's going to talk about the fact that I gave her those Vermont teddy bears after you told me to get rid of them. You said they were in the way. You kept kicking them.
No. There were some that we were going to give away. And
Vermont teddy bears.
That we were going to give away. My wife, I sent some to her, and also she got the pajamagram. They do also, and loves it. But there were some that we were left that we didn't give away, and I said, let Val have those, because it's a great gift.
Now,
What's wrong with that?
hey, Roxanne, what did you witness in the break? What did he say about all this stuff?
The stuff that you just showed me, except for the photo album. I want it, and I want the putter from Green Bay. Because it's a decoration.
But now you're just saying that.
Well, because I'm thinking about it.
Well, now you said we could have it all, so.
And see, I knew. Well, no, the delivery was.
Except for the Santa. I got to have the Santa because that's going to be one of our decorations next year.
Gotta have that.
Sherry collects nutcrackers.
The delivery was, we can have all that. And I knew that would be your response.
I'm just giving. I'm not a very materialistic person.
Well, you're so sweet.
But the food kind of disturbs me, though. I mean, how long has this been, laying around?
It hasn't been that long.
Okay.
That's a new one.
Okay.
That was at the end of the fall when the girls came in and Rick gave them charity.
Let's go to Chad.
They're coming back on, too, by the way.
Good.
They've made, like, the cover of Muscle magazine and all that stuff.
Chad and Carlton. How you doing, Chad?
I think it was that magazine.
Hey, it's Chad and Carrollton.
Carrollton. I'm sorry, a little tough spelling there from Hobie.
Monkey grass, guys.
Hey, glad you called. Thanks, buddy.
I just want to call and let you know, hey, why don't you just call God and purchase your ticket to hell? Because you're not only stole, but you're still a cross.
That's a good one.
I mean, come on.
He said, not only did you steal, you stole a cross. Get your ticket to hell.
You want to go straight to hell? I mean,
That's such a good one. That is such a good one, by the way. Ryan Greenwood, he needs medical care right now.
Of course, Rick didn't know it was a little cross because he had never opened it.
No, I didn't know it because Speedy didn't tell me that the gift was there and I needed to open it. It was a quick deal. Hey, we got these right here. Front. I never even knew that was there.
I know, because you didn't care about it. You knew it was put there.
Would you agree? Would you agree if we break it down to the simplest form? When you're going to take something off someone's desk, you should ask them if they want it.
Totally.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that's really the bottom line.
Yeah.
Most of the time, what will I probably say?
Take it.
Right.
That's why I knew you'd say that.
Right.
Plus, my wife really wanted one.
Right. I think that's the reason why I didn't ask him about this one. He was concerned that the quality of the gift, I wouldn't turn it loose.
No, I really, to be honest with you, it never crossed my mind that you would be worried about it one moment. That's why I did it.
Your wife.
And I was trying to clean his desk up, which, as you can see from the last segment, it's a little tough to do.
How about this? Your wife wanted another one.
She had never mentioned that she wanted another one. I just know how much.
You told Jean?
No, I just told her. I told Jean how much she had loved the one that I had given her, and all she did was talk about how much she liked one. And so I tried to secretly find Jean's wife.
You tried to be the man and bring her another one.
And then I found that little piece of gold there when I was trying to clean off your desk.
Were you the man that day?
Sure I was.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It is 10 minutes to the top of the hour. We thank you for being with us today and look forward to chatting with you as the show continues. And, of course, you can text us as well. We're seeing your texts coming in. So we kind of hit the high points, I think, and the low points of college football and hit some of those games from the weekend, the bigger stories, and and you have the upset with NIU. Of course, that had people making bold statements. People were saying on the text too, and I agree. App State beating Michigan was huge. There's been a lot of huge underdog upsets. I don't think NIU over the current state of Notre Dame would be the biggest upset.
No, it was big,
it's
but
big.
it wasn't.
But I think there's been bigger as far as there being distance between the two teams that you would think. But anyway, it was. I didn't see. I know the NFL now we're officially rolling. All right, NFL and go. Bubba, you've already warned us and warned all Viking fans. Pay no attention to the first victory.
Are you kidding me?
Pay no attention to that.
Yeah, it'll get real this week. Trip to, or they're playing the 49ers. So
I know we have our first Monday Night Football tonight. Will Aaron Rodgers, survive?
Not again. Yeah. Has it been 1 year since that night? My gosh.
So it's the Jets and who tonight?
49ers. They're at the 49ers, yeah.
So we'll see if he can survive the first game this year.
He's going home to where he's from out there,
Yeah,
so.
that's his world out there. But I was watching, I guess, this Brazil game.
Yeah.
I watched a little bit of it at a restaurant or something. It was the Packers and who?
It was Philly.
Philly. And I don't fully understand what the NFL is doing other than the obvious. They're trying to promote American football and pick up audience around the world. But when you get into things to where like the players were told, do not leave your hotel, it's too dangerous, do not go in the streets. Do I really want to pack up all these very expensive players and drag them off into a situation where they're in danger? I mean, it just doesn't seem like that's a good investment.
No,
because these players make a lot of money for these owners and for these TV networks and for these franchises. I know you're trying to promote it around the world, but maybe you should play games where everyone's not afraid they'll be killed.
Right.
Yeah.
That's you're being kind of careless with some very important assets.
Yeah, Brazil's a little unstable right now, and it just felt like I bet the players for the first time what was going on outside the stadium was more dangerous than what was going on the field.
Yeah. A lot of protests right now on free speech there. It's a lot of unrest for sure.
Yeah, I would. I think I would just kind of.
Isn't this where they cut the X off, and then Elon cut their satellite service off, and then they froze his assets?
Right. Yeah. It just felt like that taking all. You realize what an operation is to take just one team.
Yeah.
And you're taking two into Brazil and telling these grown men stay in your hotel rooms. It's too dangerous out there.
Well, look at the crowd. That's in Brazil right now. Protest.
So. It just felt like maybe that wasn't the best move.
Right.
And then I saw someone complain about the condition of the field.
Oh, a lot of slipping.
Yeah.
It's almost like playing in Philadelphia.
Thank you.
It's not bad.
How about the old Philadelphia field was really, really bad. I mean, horrible. So I didn't see any of it. I know there was we talked a little bit about the Thursday night game, but I didn't see, like I said, I saw up on the screen the Brazil game and the concerns about safety, but I didn't really watch any NFL. I didn't see any of it.
Yeah, I think Love got hurt in that game.
Did he?
Messed his MCL up. I think
he's
out for a little bit.
That'd be great.
I did see where the Buffalo Bills, and we mentioned this in the kickoff hour, they made history in the NFL for the first time ever legally having 12 men on the field. With the new kickoff rules, if the ball is blown off the tee for the kickoff, because of where the lineup is, the kicker's way back by himself. And so if it's blown over once, he gets to put it back up. If it's blown over again, they're like, okay, now somebody's got to hold it. Well, they bring a 12th man onto the field. He can hold it, but he has to run off the field once it's kicked. He can't be part of the play, or he can't be part of kickoff. So for the first time ever, 12 men were legally on the field.
What's happened to the best game ever created?
Y'all simplify it. Don't complicate it.
I'm getting a lot of emails and people commenting saying, Rick, you're not the only cranky old man. We all are looking at the state of it. And I hear myself. I know I sound like my dad and my granddad and those old men that would sit around. I realize I'm completely embracing that.
Yeah.
But it's just
it's
turned into a mess.
The two other big NFL stories was Tom Brady. He's getting raked, and I thought he did okay. The Dallas Cowboys were at the Cleveland Browns, and he made his debut in the booth. And the other is Tyreek Hill. Being thrown to the ground, handcuffed, blocks from the stadium, where fans were actually walking by him being handcuffed in like Miami Dolphins jerseys, going, "Is that Tyreek Hill?"
There he is.
And afterwards, that's him there.
Now, what did he do?
Apparently, it was pulled over for reckless driving or speeding with another player or something, a defensive lineman.
Yes.
And so he was pulled over. Now, after the game, he said that because I think the initial thing was that he wasn't cooperative and had, verbal language that, was disrespectful or whatever, and so he got pulled out of the car. He, after the game, said that's not the case, that he didn't cuss at all or whatever. So I don't know what's going to come out of it. But that was just a bizarre – it was very Scotty Scheffler-like. I mean, it's like, okay, he's about to go play. Look at the fans. They're going to the game. They're going to the game.
Yeah. Yes.
And people are like, wait a minute.
That's Tyreek.
You know what, Speedy, what's funny? I read the headline. And I saw the clip where he was acting like he was being handcuffed in the end zone after he scored
that was
a
a
touchdown.
celebration, yeah.
And I thought that was the story. I didn't realize he really got handcuffed before the game.
Put onto the ground. And
here's another thing, too. They said he went on to score like an 80-yard touchdown.
Yes.
He did.
Not long after he was cuffed.
Mm-hmm.
So, and he is saying that he's learned from it. He's going to learn from it. It sounds like to me that he was headed to the game, got pulled over for the way he was driving. He says he didn't cuss or do anything, but apparently the officers deemed his behavior to be disrespectful.
Yeah.
And he's saying that he will learn from it.
Well, but he's saying that both need to learn from it. He's like, there's a bad apple in everything, basically saying, look, I support the cops, but the one that pulled me over was a little over the top. And he's saying maybe we can both make good out of what's happened. But he claims that he didn't do what he was accused of doing, so who knows? I don't know. I know.
Well, are all the Cowboy fans happy? They got off to a big win on the road. They've got Dak signed to a new contract, so everything ought to be up and away for the Cowboys, right? Adler, isn't that you? Aren't you a Cowboy fan?
I mean, I was when I was a kid. I cannot claim that I follow them or know what's going on at all. You just told me the score.
Yeah.
33-17.
Yeah.
But back to the Dolphins. The first person I thought of was Ryan Greenwood. I was like, you talking about can't have nothing. Your star is handcuffed outside the stadium.
Well,
you really want to hurt mess his shoulder up with all that.
Yeah. Well, when you look at the environment,
him up.
in the environment now, if you're star players, being stuffed and cuffed, you may think we're gonna have a good year this year.
Yeah, we got a good team.
I hate to say that, but
that's a sweet car he's got, by the way. Is that a Lamborghini?
Apparently it'll run.
Ferrari, I think it's Ferrari.
They said the great moments when the tackle, and I'm reading this in the story with him, was over on the sidewalk screaming, "Free my dog." Y'all free my dog. Top of the hour, we'll come back. Had a chance to go back where it all began.
I cannot wait to see these
31 years ago, and it was quite a trip. I brought back some nuggets, and we'll take a look and a listen, and I'll update you on that when we come back. Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
So, we're talking about this. I had an opportunity even last night to speak to a church, and we came time for the response, and some men were coming forward, and a lot of them crying and praying with them. And one thing I kept hearing over and over again, it's not going to surprise you. Hey, man, I'm struggling with pornography, and this is just evil, evil stuff, and it's destroying lives, it's destroying marriages. And for over 24 years, the folks at Covenant Eyes have been helping those that are willing. I'm talking about even men. I mean, we're talking about men within the church struggle with this, to navigate the online world, protect your family, find freedom from this trash with their software and free educational content. Now, they've gone a step further. They now have started the Covenant Eyes podcast. A lot of us now, we love podcasts. We go to get information. This is a show that's dedicated to helping anyone who needs to unpack the positive and negative sides of technology. We think, well, technology in and of itself is not evil. So what are some tips I could get to navigate this? As Christians, we can redeem it for good, but you need leading tech experts. They got them. And maybe some of the the leading thought leaders in our faith and pastors and therapists, they have a deep dive into topics like the effects of tech on children, pornography, ethical questions for Christians around developing technology like AI and much more. So it's a great resource. If you'd like to find out more, you can get it wherever you get podcasts, but you can go to covenanteyes.com, or you can just search the Covenant Eyes podcast, covenanteyes.com, to find out more about their other amazing resources as well. And if you'd like to try some of their software for free for 30 days, just check out there and use the promo code Rick. Here we go, 6 minutes past the hour. Thank you for being with us today. We got a brand new hour rolling. Speedy and Adler are here. Greg is out for this part of the show. He's gone to his grandparents' breakfast. So he'll be back before the show is over. You know what? I have a guy that I met last night that wanted me, that said he used to work with Greg at the power company. So when he gets back, remind me to ask him about that. We start this brand new hour. Welcome back. There's Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us.
31 years. We're in the final few months of the show. We're down to less than 70 shows left in the Rick and Bubba experience. But you know, when you're looking, you know, ahead and you're celebrating, it's always so beneficial to go back to the beginning. Mm-hmm. Going back to the beginning is, Bubba and I were discussing this earlier when I first got to work. It can be a strange experience.
Yes, it can.
You know,
it can be very weird.
And one of those things is nothing ever is quite like you remembered it.
No.
You don't quite have it. So here, let me set up what happened. So I guess it was, Bubba, how long ago was it when one of the original sales teams, some of them were the original, but then it was sprinkled with some that joined as the show kept going. We brought back salespeople.
Yeah, here a couple of weeks.
It's been more. Well, I mean, it's probably been months now.
Yeah.
But it feels like weeks, doesn't it? Because weeks are months now. But they were here, and one of the more aggressive salespeople that inherited this show as it formed was sales legend Angie Strawn.
Yes.
So she was here, and we were telling funny stories, and she was reviewing some of those last night. You know, the famous Cabo Wabo trip to Cabo, Mexico with clients. She was part of that, and you know, as you remember, she was the one who when the hurricane was hitting, she jumped off the boat, but didn't tell us she didn't know how to swim. And then she came up.
That's kind of important.
And as the boat was coming down, I was afraid the boat was going to hit her, and I kept screaming, "Dive, Angie, dive! Get under the water!" She was telling Sherry about that. So anyway, so while they were here, and you know, she's such a good salesperson. You know, once she locks into you, I mean, there's no out.
Oh yeah,
she hadn't
lost that.
There's no out.
Yeah.
And she pulled me off to the side and she says, "I need you to come speak at my church." And I was like, "Angie, man, as much as I'd love to do it," I said, "Man, I'm seriously, like, I know what I'm doing half of 2026. I don't know. I just don't know how I'm going to do that." And she said, "Oh no. I mean, I need you to do this." And I knew at that point that I was going.
Yeah.
You know, I knew then
sure when.
I would go to the calendar and find a day. And so we did find a day, and it was an honor to go. So as I was talking about it, I was telling Sherry, my wife, and I said, I've got an opportunity if I go early, that the original studio, which I've driven up to, even Sherry and I have been there in the parking lot before. But I said, Kevin Moore, who is there with our affiliate Z93, he says if I'll come to town a little bit early, we can actually go in the studio and go look around and see everything, and he'll be there. And he was very kind to do that. And so she said, I'm in. I'm gonna go with you. And you know, and a lot of times if I'm out speaking or she's out speaking, we don't go together unless it's a marriage conference. And normally she'll just say, "Well, I'm gonna get some stuff done while you're gone." But she's like, "No, I want to go on this one," because it wasn't a men's thing. It was anybody wanted to come, more of a revival. And so she said, I said, "Let's go back and we can walk through," because there's two things happening here: the history with Bubba and the history with Sherry all come from the same place. It all comes together. And so I've been married to Bubba 31 years. I've been married to Sherry 28.
Mm-hmm.
So anyway, she became, you know, the news person for the show, and then we fell in love, and the rest is history. So I thought to myself, because if I shot just some big documentary, you know, the file would be too big and trying to get it to Adler and Jimmy Jam. So what I did is I just said, I'm going to cut short little clips of various parts of the building, explain to the YouTube audience, and then us go back in time, and I will give the significance of these places. Now I must warn Speedy, and I must warn Bubba. you're clear because you don't have PTSD from this,
right.
okay? Men, I'm going to do in video 2 something that if you would like to not go there, you could. You can just say, I'd rather not go there, okay? And I must warn you, there may be a little bit of past trauma, okay?
It just has to do with an office?
It does.
Yeah.
But let's get started. So here's the scene. I'm going to speak at the Church of God in Alabama City, which is Gadsden. Did you know that it is fully Gadsden now? It's not even its own thing anymore. It annexed into Gadsden, even though the church is still called Alabama City Church of God. But anyway, so just to clarify, Megan Boulevard, y'all know where I was. So anyway, and I want to thank Pastor Mike Kleckler for trusting me, Angie Strong for, of course, giving me no way out and making sure I was there. It was great. So and to Kevin Moore for being so kind to give us this tour. So we arrive, and this is for those of you that have never seen it before. I put a few pictures out. I sent out a lot of still shots too, because there was a whole thing of pictures in there that Kevin gave me, and there were some memories in there. Some I've thrown away, but others that were very funny. A lot of Ego Bowl pictures, lots of them.
Gracious.
And we've seen some of those, but there's a shot that really kind of sums up Bubba and me in those days, which I'll show you when we get back. But let's do videos first. So here I am kind of setting up what we're going to do. So here's video 1. Video 1 here. All right, man, here we are, Big Wax. There it is, Bubba. So this is Big Wax, where the Sherry was working. I mean, that was the union side of everything. So what we're trying to do is, I'm here, I'm going to be speaking tonight, but I want to come over here and kind of give you guys a tour of where the show began. So here we go. This right here was in between the 2 stations and the 2 companies, because believe it or not, Wax was still union, and of course the Q was not. Now it's now Z93. They carry us here, and just like a lot of station vans, this doesn't work anymore. But here is where Bubba and I began. This is where the show was, inside this building. And of course, y'all remember Fat Flight came out of this parking lot over here. So I'm going to go inside the building and kind of walk through a little bit of Rick and Bubba history. All right, so that kind of sets up. Now next warning where I'm about to take us. Okay, if you need to look away or you don't want to relive.
I got a glare up there.
Okay. So here is the next video.
I was going to go up closer too.
Okay. Well, what I'm going to do, I know that our monitor behind us is broken or something's wrong with it. But anyway, we're going to. But for you watching on YouTube, it's fine. It's really for us. But if you on this next one, I'm going to actually take us, through. Like if you were coming to visit in those days, you would enter on what we call Big Wax.
Yeah, on the Wax side.
You would enter on the Wax side, and that's where management was.
Right.
Okay.
Now pre that.
So if you're walking up, this was.
I remember where they had both. If you were in the queue, you went in the other side.
But this was when we were there. You entered through this. Yeah. Here's where you would enter if you were coming to pick up a prize or anything. So here we go. All right, so if you're walking up, this was the original lobby.
How about that?
So you'd come in here, and then you'd walk through here.
Yep.
This is where the receptionist would be, Ursula at the time. So, and of course, your stomach's probably getting nervous right now because was actually this is where the Hammer was, our general manager. So right inside here is where Bubba and I talked to the Hammer about Bubba becoming co-host and no longer engineer, and that went over great.
Yeah.
So
that's also where I got my nickname.
Yeah, it is.
In that room.
So we'll come back.
It's almost like looking at a tomb that's been opened in Egypt. And,
that's what I meant. When we come back, we had some tough conversations in there. We come back, I'll take you through more history where Sherry actually was working when Bubba and I first started the show. A lot of history. And Bubba, some cool equipment I'll show you too. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
the Rick and Bubba Show. We return, and this is a big moment on the show. It's been talked about. It has its own website. Oh, yeah. The Bachelor. The Cassio Kid is, those of you who may be new to the show, don't know Cassio. Cassio Kid is a former Rick and Bubba intern who came our way and actually secured a job in the business, not on the air, but as a sales assistant, right, currently? You're a sales assistant?
Yes, along with many other things, but that's, yes.
Yes, you do a number of things. You still DJ parties. You still DJ.
I like that hip while you're wearing the headphones so you won't mess your hair up.
Very good.
And I'm about to just go up top here.
Right. And then you also if you've been to Fat Fest, you've seen him perform, he and Dee.
A lot of pictures of Cassio on the website, too,
yeah.
On the Bachelor website.
A little more than I thought.
Yes.
I didn't know those existed.
Yes,
So.
yeah, they're all there. So you can find out more about Cassio there. That's our Bachelor. We know nothing about our single women.
And Cassio, let's be clear, we're looking for you, a woman. I mean, we're trying to find love.
Sure. Yes, we are.
Because you've looked for love in all the wrong places.
Yeah.
So now
you've looked for love
some
in
reason,
too many
love
faces.
doesn't serve wings. You know what I mean?
Yes, you've been in your league. You've been out of your league.
And George Bush just had a stroke.
And the leader of the free world was just tripped by a camera cord. So what we're going to do, the process today is you're going to have to send somebody home today.
Today?
Yeah, somebody's going home today.
We don't know what you're going
That's a little brutal.
Well,
we don't know what you're going to give the candidates. Maybe a biscuit to help you out.
Do we have any left?
Yeah, we need 3 biscuits. Do we have 3 left?
Did 3 survive?
Yeah, there's 3 biscuits. Oh, wait a minute.
Oh, here they are out in the lobby right now,
on TV,
waiting.
You can see Cassio. I got. Sir, it's done pretty good here.
Did y'all set me up? Is it fake?
This is y'all. Can I say I expected?
Cassio, it looks like your prospects are pretty good here.
Yeah, I was. I must tell you that is not how I visioned it.
I don't think anybody did.
Let me just say. But there's only 3. Do we know that there's a 4th?
I think one called and said she was late.
Oh, but she is coming.
That's what I've heard, unless that's one of them. So.
All right, we'll discuss that when we come in with Speedy. So there they are.
Which late doesn't hurt, you know.
Speedy,
that's me.
Is the 4th one late? Is she officially coming though? Okay.
Yeah.
Good. All right,
she is coming.
All right. So today you will hand out 3, huh? Oh, she's from Nashville.
Could have been a little traffic.
Yeah, a little traffic. We'll get her here from the Music City. That's all right. Okay. Well, do you want to bring them in individually now while we're waiting on the 4?
Yeah, I think so. Let's just meet them one at a time and learn a little something about them, and then we'll.
Here's what we're doing now. This is just a simple come in here. You can ask them each a couple of questions. This will be pretty quick, though. This is just that first impression thing. You know how they got out of the car and walked up?
Sure.
I need their names, though. Here they are. All right. First of all, can y'all hear me out there? Can they hear me out there?
Can you hear?
Can you hear me, Peaches? You can? All right, send me in first. I don't have much information on them, so I'll have to ask. Is Emily here?
Emily?
She's the one not here. Send me Elena Dade.
Elena?
All right. Alana Dade is the first person trying to impress Cassio to be selected
Tell me,
in the Bachelor.
Is that still that bad mock? Did we ever get that fixed?
I don't know. Frank made a funny face at me in the hall. I don't know whether that's I took care of it or, hey, good luck, fatty.
We made a report on it.
All right, let's see. All right, hello, Alana, is that right?
Yes.
Alana, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good to meet you. Tell us a little something about yourself.
I'm Alana Dade, and I go to Jackson State University, and I'm in the Marine Corps Reserves.
Wow.
And you have a twin? Are you the twin?
I do. I have a lovely twin I love her so much. We don't look anything alike, though.
So you're not identical twins?
No.
All right, we're back. 21 minutes past the hour, and we are looking back today. All right, so some of you, I know you try to keep up with the different names of the studios, and we'll get to the studio here in a minute. This one really didn't have a name other than the Mothership. That's one of the things that somebody told me. We called it the Mothership. 100,000 watts, and then we started syndicating out of the studio that you'll eventually see. So if you're looking for the history, this is number one. This is the very first studio that Bubba and I ever worked. This is where he was working. Kevin and we discussed some of this. This is where Bubba was when he called me from the national championship game and said, hey, if you would have come to this station, you would have been at this championship game today. That was in December of 92. I left in January of 93 and joined him there. That's where we are. And so this is that building. They doesn't get any more further back than this.
No,
this is it.
This is classification point A.
Yeah, this is it. So next, in video 3, Adler, I'll walk you back into where Dave Fitz, where he worked, where Sherry had been hired by Dave Fitz. Mm-hmm. We'll even go to where her desk was, even though it's not there anymore, and she'll sit there like she's typing on a manual typewriter, by the way, cranking out news stories. So here I am walking back into that. And, Bubba, there's some equipment you might want to look at on this one, too. So here we go.
Oh, Adler's.
No, I'm sorry. What's that?
I'm out of order here, I think, because what I had next was the control room with the green boxes with all the gear.
Mm-hmm, that's it.
Okay.
That's video 3. Yeah.
Okay, great.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah. Look at those, Bubba.
All right, we're in Big Wax now, Bubba. I'm shooting these just for you.
That's the Gates transfer.
Because believe it or not, Kevin tells me these things are still operational. Yep. They still work. So, and then we're headed back in here to the back where the studio for Big Wax was. And where Sherry was doing news, there's Sherry. Hey, babe.
Rick, I'm
going to go back there where you told me you wanted us just to be friends. Okay. All right. So there we go. All right.
So good.
Yeah. So that is they said those still work. I mean,
the old Gates. Then we had the gosh, I can't remember. It was the tube final Harris transmitter.
Yeah.
And then we got an all-solid state that's on there. It looks like the Harris one is still in the rack.
They said it's still there, and they said the engineer goes in there and checks on it. I think it's still operational.
I don't know if it's operational.
Yeah. But anyway, what are the green ones he said were those right there were operational?
Yeah, those Gates. Yeah, they were all tube.
Yeah, he said those are still operational. Look how old those are. Wow.
Yeah, that's 1960 stuff.
Yeah,
old tube hardware.
All right, so video 4, I actually go back into the studio back there. I'm going to make a reference to something, Speedy, I wonder if you've forgotten about.
Oh, no.
And then we'll go to where Sherry and Dave Fitz actually used to work together on the news in video 4. So this is going to go deeper back in there to which was in Big Wax.
Oh, my gracious. Look at that.
All right, so we're in. This was the Big Wax Studios. In here, I think, Speedy, this is where you and Cotton Clark did your sports show together. By the way, look at the albums that are still in here. Still a lot of albums. Of course, everybody remembers that one. Yeah. So right back here is where it happened. This was where Sherry and Dave Fitz would be, right back in here.
Yep.
So there's Sherry. All right, so this was where her desk was.
Mm-hmm.
Right over here.
That was Dave Fitz's
Dave is
desk,
over here.
and then my desk would have been right here.
Yeah, Sherry was right here. That's where she was sitting when she had told me she was going to go on a date with me after Christmas break. And when I came back, she said she just wanted to be my friend. Of course, I told her I already had friends. Those were guys. So anyway, but that paid off. But that's where Sherry was sitting right there.
Yes, and I was doing the news, typing up the news on just a regular old typewriter, just typewriter.
Yeah, that's right. I'm not talking about manual.
Not a computer, nothing but a typewriter.
Right there. That's where the desk was. That's where it happened.
So that's where she was
Dave's
working.
desk was next to that and had the his signed picture from Paul Harvey.
Yes, it
there,
did.
and several AP awards.
That studio is also besides the sports show I did with Cotton, we did that swap shop where y'all basically told everybody I was giving my Bronco away for free.
Right. It was Cotton Mills. I said Cotton Clark.
Yeah, but it was Cotton. You're right. I mean, Cotton understands that.
Cotton Mills?
Yeah. Great guy.
Yeah.
Boy, he knew his sports
Cotton
too.
Mills.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay.
Cotton Clark was actually a football coach and player.
Yes, he was.
Alabama.
Yes, he was.
Yep.
Yes, he was. Video 5. Now, Bubba, we're going to walk past. Sherry does not remember this. We're going to walk past the the AP machine.
Oh yeah.
Now it's just
behind the transmitter.
It's just a piece of junk now, but there's pieces of it there. But this is where when the news people, if they weren't typing up their local stories, anything national, they would. How do you make people understand it? There was paper that was rolling off a big paper.
It was like a typewriter that was writing on its own all the time.
And they would rip it.
And you had these giant rolls of paper you put in it, and it would pile up in the floor if you wasn't careful. You had to clear it. That's what they call clear. And you'd you could rip it off the front and then put it on these pegboards, depending on which type story it was.
Right. So what I'm going to show you now. So we were over in the AM side. That's where Fitz was. That's where Sherry was. That's where I think only 2 union remaining members of the.
It's where the boy in the box.
The boy in
the
the
morning
box
show.
was. Yeah, Jim
Big
Pruitt.
Jim. Yep.
Yeah. So anyway, that's where of course
Wayne
the great
Ball
Wayne
the
Ball
afternoon.
was. Yeah.
Yep.
So anyway, we would move from the union side and where all the offices and management was, and we would go toward a catwalk, and then we would walk over to to where Bubba and I were. So I'm going to take you just on that little journey, and you'll see Kevin there, and then we'll go. So
I thought that was me walking.
Video
the hall
5.
I
I have
know
a video
what
5 where I go past the AP machine. Yeah. Do you have video 5? And because this one looks like we're already in the actual building.
A minute ago, Adler said you're next to a bunch of green boxes.
This is the next one I have in line. After that one, that's the next one I have.
So I wonder. Well, go ahead and do it. Maybe I didn't. That one didn't go through.
Video. Oh, I didn't get a video 5. I'm so sorry, Rick.
Okay.
It did not come through.
Yeah, all the others came through. That one didn't.
Which one you got?
Yeah, let's do this one. Do this one where we're already over there. We can always go back.
Yeah,
and
sorry
look
about that.
That one
Rick.
wasn't that
So
important.
we've gone
anyway.
through the catwalk now, and then we're on the other
we're already
side.
gone through the catwalk. Now we're in the building. All right,
Okay.
here we go. This is where Bubba and I actually worked right here.
There's Kevin, who's hosting today. Hey, Kev. It was 893 now, so we're good. So this is where we would come down these halls.
My office was to
and then right through here was, all right, right here to my left.
That was a conference
This is where
room.
Dave Fitz was doing that community thing, and we kept spraying fart spray under the door.
I don't know how you
And
survived.
he was in there, he was like, I don't know what this smell is, but obviously something's going on with sewage. So he didn't know that. We kept spraying it under there. And then back here, this was, that really happened. This was all one office. Bubba, they've taken our office and put a petition between it now. Bubba and I both were in this office because Bubba didn't want to be in the engineering part anymore, and I'll show you that in a minute. But this was our original office, this whole area, and our desks were facing each other.
Hold
right
it.
there.
Stop the tape a minute.
Yeah.
Rick, I think we both were in that
In the
second
small one?
office.
Y'all were.
Yeah, with the desk
With the
pointing
desk
to each
facing
How
other.
did
each
we
other.
fit each other? How did we fit in there?
Well,
it was
you
tight.
didn't really good. It was.
Yeah,
but we had
it
both
was-
desks facing.
Since
each
we were
other.
facing each other, I thought that was all
It was
one
the one
office.
on the right, correct, Bubba?
Yeah, it was the one on the right.
Yeah, that
Right there,
regular
right
office
there.
up front.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So who was in this other office next to us to the left?
That would have been probably
Sales manager?
sales manager.
Yeah, Rob.
Tom.
Salesman Rob
Yeah.
Rawson. Okay. Yeah. So then I just remember, and I'll show you in a minute where Bubba was before he left. Bubba immediately got out of there, which was the engineer's office, which was in there with a bunch of equipment. And he just put his desk in my office, and we faced each other with 2 desks. It was really
I knew
strange.
if I stayed in that other room, somebody would want something.
Yeah,
back
right, yeah.
And that first office on the left, when you came through the catwalk,
I'll go back
That was
to
that
that.
was mine on the left.
Yeah,
Where
I did. But I went right by it.
Well, you gave me program director,
Yeah.
and I knew exactly what you were doing at the time. But
So we'll come back. We might pick up video 5, maybe not. It's pretty short. But then we'll work our way to the past the production studio into the actual studio when we come back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, there. Oh, we got. You want to look at that?
Photos.
For twin pictures.
There we go.
But you're a Marine?
Yeah.
Wait a minute. That's your twin sister right there?
Yeah.
Well, they don't look alike, do they? Or is that her out
The
in the hall?
fraternal twins.
Yeah, go back to this camera
okay.
here. There it is. I got you. Okay.
So where are you from originally?
They both had their individual egg.
My dad was in the Marine Corps, so I was born in Alabama. But like when I was like 3 months, we moved to California, and then I moved to South Carolina, and then Maine, and then back to California, and then I moved here.
So you're Army brat or Marine brat in this
yeah.
case. So you're like a trained killer. I mean, you could kill Cassio with your bare hands, right? I mean,
I could, but I won't.
Well, you're not back talking, Lana. Is it Alana?
It's Alana.
Alana. We all need to get that.
Sure.
Alana, if you just give a hello to Cassio.
Hello.
Hey, Lana.
How are you?
I'm doing good.
Hey, look, we got to have them hug, because that's a big deal.
Yeah, there's got to be a hug here.
You got to be a good hugger.
Yeah.
All right, it's a good smell day for him.
Okay, that's good. That's good right there. That's very important.
well,
Okay.
She's a good hugger.
Yeah.
And she can defend the country. Let's not forget that. Are you in any jeopardy being called up with the impending war?
Yeah, actually, my unit's on call right now, but it's just it's kind of crazy right now. I mean, we're ready to go, but we haven't been called up yet.
What do you do? What is your specialty?
I'm in aviation supply. I work at in Atlanta on Mouse 42, the Air Force base there.
So, I mean, what does that mean? You supply things for airplanes? Or?
Yeah, I order airplane parts, basically.
Wow. Got to do that. Got to keep them flying.
Speedy really doing some research for Casio there as well, trying to give different angles and everything for the. Casio really needs a monitor. Let me say that.
Speedy's on such a roll today anyway.
All right, Alana, well, thank you. That's single woman number one. We won't really number them, but
thank you for coming.
You can just kind of stand right over here.
Or do we have her seat?
Yeah, do we have a seat? Yeah, let's get her a seat, and Dee'll handle that. Next, so that was the first encounter of Alana Dade and Casio Kid right there. So the Bachelor. Next, let's talk to Candace. Candace Blackman. Candace Blackman is our next single woman. Look at Candace. Bubba, I continue to be, I know. Candace is here. Candace, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show, and meet Casio Kid.
Hi. Hey, Candace.
Candace, tell us something about yourself. Where are you from?
I'm from Birmingham. I'm a student at UAB. What else do you want to know?
What are you going to be when you grow up?
I don't know yet.
General studies. Sure. Right. Well, I see a match here already.
Nothing wrong with that plan, do you?
Yeah, this is, you don't want to date someone who's just like you. but man.
I'm looking at medicine, something medical.
Sorry, that would be good.
Sure.
So where'd you go to high school at?
Oak Mountain.
Oak Mountain. You're local.
Yeah.
So what made you want to be in The Bachelor?
Well, my aunt kind of told me about it, and she was like, "You should so do that." And I was like, "I don't know, And she was like, "No, it'll be fun." So, just for fun.
So you don't have a boyfriend?
No, nobody can have a boyfriend in there.
Right, well, look, Rick, you assume nothing.
Well, that's
okay?
true. That's look, all the major network shows have all had this tragedy after.
Sika, how's it feel? I mean, you don't have to chase. I mean, they're right here.
This is got to be straight.
They're coming to you.
Am I late? This is you don't have to use the card. Hey, I'm a DJ.
Not once have you said. You ever heard of Rick and Bubba? A student at UAB from this area, and is not sure what she's going to study, but thinks maybe medicine. Correct?
Yeah.
Okay. How old are you?
I'm 18.
How old were you, Alon? 21. All right, 21 and 18. Thank you very much. Thank you. Let's try to get Megan in if we can before this break. Megan Burns, Bubba. This is our next one. Megan Burns. Here comes Megan. Bubba, this just doesn't seem real.
It's kind of the return of Dixie Spice.
No offense to you, Casio Kid, but these are some very lovely ladies.
I know it.
Believe me, I know. This is not what I expected.
No offense. I don't mean that the way it sounded, because we have very lovely wives, so I know it can happen.
Y'all underestimate the case of the kid, I'll tell you.
And yes, we're back. HelixSleep.com/big box right now. If you are not sleeping well, the mattress may be the issue. I mean, there's a lot of reasons you may not be sleeping well, but one of them is you might have a mattress that if it's plus 10 years, that baby's done. And you probably, if you're not a Helix mattress owner, you probably just went somewhere and bought a mattress that's out in the showroom, and everybody's it's kind of a one-size-fits-all. But HelixSleep.com/big box, they could customize a mattress that's designed for you. Greg and Lisa, they've been on theirs for a long time. We love these products, and there's a little sleep quiz they ask you. It doesn't take very long. They want to know if you sleep on your back, your stomach, your side. How do you like the mattress from a firmness standpoint? You like really soft, really firm, or do you like something kind of in between? Are you big and tall? Is this for a child? And then they customize the mattress. They make those here in the United States of America at their own manufacturing location. They send it directly to you, to your door. They give you 100 nights. The shipping's free. 100 nights to sleep on it to be sure you love it. You will. And then you keep it. And if something happens that you don't, no questions asked, they'll take it back and they'll refund you. So go to helixsleep.com/bigbox and find out why it continues to be awarded the #1 mattress by GQ and Wired Magazine, recommended by many leading chiropractors and doctors who work in the sleep medicine category. It's the go-to solution for improving sleep. Makes all the sense in the world. So get yours now by going to helixsleep.com/bigbox. Save 25%. Or just use our link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. So we're walking through, had a chance to go back to where the show began. Here we are in our final, somebody said 67 shows. And so to go back to where it began, this is Studio One, the first place. I mean, this is where the show was created. Bubba started out engineer, then coming on the show part-time, and then in 94, we came back as Rick and Bubba. This all happened. Met my wife in this building. By the way, the Red Lobster is still there. Saw it across the street. Sherry said you've got how close it was to the studio. Bubba, she asked a question that I was like, babe, there's a history we have. She goes, was this Applebee's always here? I said, was it always here? I said, Bubba and I kept it in business.
They built it while we were there.
Yeah, I said, this is where the Fudge Nut Fantasy killed a man.
Yep.
I
don't know if it was at that store, but it was, we protested them taking it off the menu.
Yeah, we loved it. So anyway, it's still there, by the way. So just to go back, here's the AP machine thing, just because Bubba wanted to see that. Here was the video that I guess didn't go through, I forgot to
That's where the AP machines used to be, Bubba.
There's where the AP machine was. Look at that thing. It's kind of just, I don't even know
That's where the AP machines used to be, Bubba. As a matter of fact, Sherry, I think you did Shakespeare for Bubba right there when we first. Yeah,
did I?
Yeah, you did a little Shakespeare for me.
I don't remember that.
Yeah, and then here was, I told you about the union, so this is where we would go out, and we would head across here to the FM side because it was non-union.
So you see that those were AP machines. You remember the comment Rip and Read?
Yep.
So then I showed you our original office. We now think that the office has not been changed. We were just stuck in that one.
Yeah, I think that's right.
And then now we're going to move down the hall, video 7, Adler, going to move down the hall to the actual studio. So here it is.
Are you going to stop at the production room on the left?
Yes, I will. So we're gonna roll down through here.
That's where we did my Chihuahua.
That's correct. Right. Yeah. And so as we move
so
down,
here's the hall that goes down to the original studio. Okay, so back over here to the left. These were production rooms here. This is the main one that we would do, and here this production room that's still there. And here's where we did the Emma Sampson song. It's a studio now. It's actually a studio now. Is that right, Kevin?
No, it's production room.
Production room. Okay. And so we
really nice.
We would come in here. This is where I wrote the song to Sherry about reading me the news tonight, where Bubba and I did parody songs like Emma Sampson and stuff like that was here. So, and then the studio, it's set up a little different. By the way, I got to show you this first. This was Bubba's office, his original office, right here. And he was in here as an engineer.
They moved the right.
And the minute he became co-host, he fled out of here so fast like it was on fire. Okay,
why did they move the right?
I don't know. Studio. And then here's our office. Here's the studio. Wow. Now it's set up differently.
Totally
and by the way, it's shocking how small it is. That's where the van seat was.
Yep.
This is where, when on Pigskin Roundup, when Speedy and all those guys would get in here, this is where Bubba sat before, and Sherry would do the news from here. Yep. That's where I used to sit looking out. Bubba would be to my left. They've changed it a little bit now and redesigned it, and now it goes this way. But this is the original studio where it all began. There's looking out at the mighty Coosa River. Of course, a lot of trees have grown up now. But this is it. And standing in here, guys, it is shocking. Absolutely shocking how small it is. I mean, it's tiny. I don't know how we all got in here, but we did. So anyway, we would have been facing this way. Yep. Looking out.
They flipped everything around.
Yeah. How about that?
I guess when they put in new stuff, you couldn't put it where the old was.
Plus, that's a better design because that to the right of where you sat, Rick, it kind of cut off the room a little bit.
It did, but it was being in there was weird, guys.
Yeah.
It was.
Yeah.
I mean, that,
bet it was.
That's. I mean, because everything developed there. Once we left there, we kind of had some idea where we were going. But in that room is where every little thing was tried. Good Old Boy Theater was to the left, and Bubba's has that on a glass. What was that thing? A glass table.
Glass table.
Yeah. I mean, and Bubba would get up and then
come out of somebody's living room.
Yeah. And then Sherry would sit down and do the news. It was very, very, so many things there. I'm sorry that did they move stuff out of your engineering room that was.
Well,
there?
they flipped it around. Too.
Yeah. But you wouldn't stay in there. No way, no how.
Well,
you were coming out of there.
Trouble.
Yeah. So it was kind of I don't know. It felt kind of weird being there a little bit, if I can say.
Oh,
that.
no, I bet it did.
There's just so many because I mean.
Did you go down to the wax towers, Rick?
Well, I found out that the wax towers, to go out to them is now dangerous. They said something about the walkway out there has now been condemned. You can't.
Well,
go
there wasn't a walkway.
Whatever. There's something out there. I know this will surprise you with the way radio operates now and some of the moves. I was told that. Maybe I shouldn't talk about this on there.
No, probably not. Probably not.
Remind me to tell you something. Right?
Yeah.
Okay. So
now let me ask you a question.
Zip.
Did you remember because in your mind you had how it was? Did you remember it correctly, or when you got there, did you like, oh?
I got a little confused. I've got to wrap up here and I'll show you, but I got a little bit confused on not our office. Obviously, I thought our office was bigger than it was, but other than that, like where you were and like who was in here, some of that I couldn't remember. But
did you go around the sales office?
Yeah, this is right here. Look at this on the wrap up.
Oh,
So
yeah,
here's the wrap up. I go in there and then
this is just as you came in the front door. And kind of made your way in here. And this was all the sales offices and stuff in here. This is where people would come in here and lament about the next remote they would send Bubba and I home. So this was where all the sales offices were back in here. So it's kind of crazy being here. It really is. I mean, it's so much smaller than I remember it, but it is. It's really. There's so many things to remember from here, and I got some cool pictures I'll bring in too that Kevin had for us. So. This is it. It all began here 31 years ago, right here across from the skate ring.
Yeah.
So there you go.
So much history.
So
very weird.
So I did, and we come back. We can do this. Adler next. I just found a bunch of while I was there a bunch of still shots, pictures, and I told him, I said, there's no rhyme or reason to them. I'm just think it'd be cool when we come back, him throw them up on the screen.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
And us go. Anybody know?
I haven't looked at them.
Anybody know what we're doing there? Now some of them we know because like the Ego Bowl that we know. But the other stuff, some of them come up. I'll go. There's one that's going to own you. And I looked at the picture closer to see that we are wearing something that is going to slay you. So we'll come back and we'll hit some still shots. Once again, my thanks to Pastor Mike Kleckler, former salesperson, and I keep thinking at one time she was sales manager. I don't know if she was or not. Angie Strong, good to see her and her husband Roger. They were great hosts along with everybody. Kevin Moore, thank you for that tour. Very kind of you to do that. And we'll come back and we'll look at some still shots from the last 31 years.
Rick and Bubba.
Well, this is Megan. Megan, welcome to the show. Good morning.
Good morning.
Glad you're here. Now, how old are you?
I'm 22.
22. And tell us a little something about yourself.
Well, this is my 4th year at UAB, and I'm in elementary education, and I should have already graduated, but, you know.
Well, look, no need to rush through. No need to rush through.
You're talking to two people it took us 20 years between us. Yeah. So, I mean, this is nothing. I mean, when we were at your point in school, we were still like sophomores.
And,
I ain't even had that library class yet. You know.
I'm from Springville, up in St. Clair County, so that's why it took me forever to get here.
Yeah, well, you were punctual. Kid, any questions here for her?
What made you get in the contest?
My mom, she loves Rick and Bubba, and she, you know, she was like, oh, my beautiful daughter needs to do this, and so.
I mean, no offense to any of the ladies, I can't believe they don't have boyfriends. You know what I'm saying?
Are you crazy?
How Yeah. We'll have to have the mental round here in a minute and see if anybody's nuts. But I mean,
well, there's that, and then what you wonder is if they, all of them seem to be very, very high quality ladies.
Yeah.
Okay, which you think, does that mean that their cull factor is so high that even if he picks them?
Well, I don't know. We'll ask that. We've got to know more.
Their cull factor has to be pretty high.
Wow, Cassio, you've got your work cut out, buddy.
So Megan Burns is, you're 22, you're a student about to graduate from UAB.
Yeah, I'm a lifeguard at Jeff State, too.
Lifeguard.
Lifeguard, too.
Lifeguard.
Cassio, I hope you've got Have you got some questions?
Sure, we got some questions.
Yeah, we'll bring them. We'll bring them. Now, is Emily here yet? So we can just do at least the. No. She is still not here. Okay.
God, Emily, come on.
All right, we'll take a break. Do you think she could? You think she could break? She think we'll be here? Well, I hope she doesn't break. But whenever because we need to have her official Cassio Caesar for the first time, like you did these three.
Oh, I know.
We got to have that done.
Come on in, Emily.
Well, there it is. Then this is Alana, Candace, and Megan. First impressions. I was watching the kid. I think I picked up on a few things that were pretty obvious. One, shock.
Sure.
And so we'll come back.
You are correct. He just can't believe it.
We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We're back. The Bachelor, highly anticipated. It starts today. We have 3 of the 4 women who would like Cassio to pick them for a date.
Corps Reserve.
Wow, Marine Corps
right?
Reserve, is that right? She could kill Cassio with her bare hands.
Sure.
Candace Blackman. Candace is a student at UAB and is not sure what she wants to do yet. You're the youngest. You're 19, is that right?
I'm 18.
18. You'll be 19. And then Megan Burns, who's also a student at UAB in elementary education, and she is 22. So there they are, and we did have 2 that were going to be here if something happened they couldn't be, and they've already taken themselves out of the running.
Rick, the way we're going to do this, we're going to have a little question and answer time here with Cassio Kid getting to ask the ladies some questions, and then we're going to send them out to get breakfast all together.
Yeah, and I don't know
what vehicle they're going to ride in. Maybe Cassio could put them all in the back of his truck.
Yeah, you could do that. And since I seem to have lost my keys this morning, I do have the station wagon if you want to take the baby seat. So
Cassio, the first question I have you paid these ladies to show up today? Because
No.
I'm very impressed with what has
You think
happened.
I paid somebody?
Well, that's true.
Okay.
Did you borrow money from Steve and pay somebody?
I've not took out a loan for this.
Cassio, go ahead. Don Juan has the microphone. You can ask him.
We'll sit here quietly and not interrupt.
We won't even chime in.
I'm going to ask you all the same question and just answer it kind of fairly quickly, but, give me a good answer. How many minutes do you consider late?
Who do you want?
Just start and go down the line.
15.
All right.
About 20.
All right.
Yeah, I'd say 15.
15, 20.
Boy, that's an important question. I'm already chiming. I'm sorry. No more chiming.
Late a lot to them. Okay. Do you mind dating a lazy guy?
No, that's not so bad.
Not so bad.
No.
Who each one of these are talking, guys?
I'm
No.
Candace, no.
Candace says no.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, just say your name before you answer.
I'm Alana. No.
Okay, standard no.
They wouldn't be here if they. All right, never mind.
Sure, I got you.
It's not like they've never heard what you're about.
If you were an animal, what would you be and why?
Oh my God! Not that animal!
This is Ilana.
I would be a dog. I just love my dog. So yeah. I'll take
You'd be a dog?
How would that sound? Give me a. All right, we're back. Thank you for being with us. We are taking a trip down memory lane. Looking at some of the text, I guess I'm not sure what Kentucky means. We're going to get to go down memory lane on YouTube. That is what we're showing.
Really following.
Yeah, that's what we're actually showing. And what we're trying to do for the radio side of it, too, is these videos and pictures prompt stories like we have been telling you audibly about, Dave Fitz and the fart spray, Bubba leaving out of his office and not wanting to stay back there. So we're actually telling stories that go with them. So whether you can see them or not, they're really more trying to prompt stories than watch this, even though those of you that can see it, you can. So as we walk through this, and so I sent a bunch of pictures. I keep thinking I can see this behind me. I sent a bunch of pictures.
There she rides.
That so this is the actual shot of the two studios where we started. Left, as I said, and those you don't know, was where the Union side was way back in the day. So that's why there's two buildings, and that was Dave Fitz, Sherry Bodine, all the management, the Hammer. Ursula, the receptionist. That's where they did traffic, meaning they.
Does anybody talk
commercials
Ursula lately? By the way,
Angie Strong told me that Ursula is now living. Where did she tell me she lives? Was it the Carolinas or something like that? And that her daughter is nearly 30.
Yeah.
Remember the little girl?
Yeah, she's just a little tall.
Yeah.
Yep.
So anyway, rolling through some more pictures, and they when I went in there. Kevin said, and I brought them to the studio. Y'all can look through them. Here's a bunch of pictures y'all may want. That's just me standing in the studio a minute ago. So there, and some of them, you go, okay, I remember when that happened.
Yeah.
Like there were a lot of them in there from the Ego Bowl. That was when Bubba and I can't remember how it started, decided that we would play sales manager Rob Rawson and Speedy in a game. Now, Bubba, this one right here, I don't know what we're doing or who that is. But there's Bubba and I at some sort of appearance.
Clearly a remote.
That, if I'm not mistaken,
does that say Grub Mart?
Isn't that Millard Young?
It may be Young Oil.
Yeah.
Does that shirt say Grub Mart on it?
Yeah,
it does.
The shirt says Grub Mart.
It does.
Okay.
Yeah. I think you're right, Bubba.
Mart is what it says on your shirt.
That's Mr. Young.
Okay.
That's impressive, Bubba.
Yeah, Bubba, let me tell you something. That may be the biggest grab you've had in a while. That is a dandy.
I'm good. Look, back then, I'm fine. Now, if you asked me last hour, I'm not going to know what you're talking about.
All right, now, Bubba, I could not ignore this one. This is you and me with Cousin Cliff. There was no way I was going to let this one go. And apparently, there's sombreros over on the table for some reason.
It says Fiesta on the table.
Where are we? You got any idea where we are?
Rick, that is, I think we got on the air talking about Cousin Cliff and how we enjoyed watching him growing up.
Right.
And then he came to some event we were doing.
Right.
But I'm really gray on everything else. I sure do like the logos. That was after Hammer had cleaned them up a little bit.
Yeah. Those were good looking logos. The guerrilla marketer, Mark Bass, he put together. That's a much better logo than what we started with. It was really cool. Somebody said, what year did they take that station we were on and move it to Birmingham? 98, I believe, is when we started in Birmingham. I believe it was 98.
So the guy with the top hat is Cousin Cliff?
Cousin Cliff. Yeah. Hey, let me tell you something, Adler. He was a legend in the Birmingham area and had a children's show. As a matter of fact,
he was on Channel 40 when I was growing up. I actually was on his show a couple of times.
I was
in the audience.
I was too.
That is funny.
If you had a birthday party on Cousin Cliff, let me tell you something.
And let me tell you how this rolls forward. Kyle is his son.
Yep.
And Kyle was the guy doing all the voice stuff for the Birmingham. What was it? The games that came to town.
Yeah,
all that.
World Games.
He does
World
a lot
Games.
of voice. And he worked for Mark Phillips too.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we see
Kyle. And this intro I'll play next, he put together.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a minute. I'll play it.
He
He's not
was,
the voice guy, but he put it all. Ken Osborne's the voice guy, but he put the music and that "Have a Drink of Me" intro and all that you were talking about.
Yeah, he was a great answer.
All right, Bubba, this one. Do you remember this promotion? We told people that if they would put something about us on their marquee, we did that. But this
reader board roundup.
Yeah, and this reader board roundup. But this is an actual appearance. Apparently, Bubba, it was a great day for us. We were going to appear at a Huddle House. Now, remember, we used to say, I got 2 words for you. Then we'd say like 5 words or 3 words. So the Huddle House actually says, I got 2 words for you, Rick and Bubba live Wednesday 10 to 1.
Now, keep in mind, too, the reader board roundup I thought was a great promotion. We got people all over the place to put us on the reader board sign. That's back when somebody worked there that was in charge that could make that decision.
Oh, yes.
And so we would mention them on the air, and then we voted on which one was actually the best. We had a grand prize winner. But notice the time we're supposed to be there, 10 to 1.
10 to 1.
Okay, we're on the air till 10.
I know.
And so do you see the schedule we were under then?
Yeah.
I mean, we literally had to transport from one place to another.
Yeah, we must have done part of the show from there. On the way, or I did one there driving there or something.
Or does that
we
mean,
did that a lot.
Or does that mean October 1st? Were we live? Did we do the show live from there?
Live Wednesday, 10 to 1.
No, you know what? Somebody brought this up yesterday, and I disagreed with it. They said there was a run in there that we were getting off at 9, not 10. Now, I don't remember that. Do you?
I don't know.
Yeah. Somebody says
maybe it was,
on the text right now. Somebody said first time I met Rick and Bubba was the Ego Bowl.
Golly.
How about that? Yep. Now this.
Top 10 Lamar.
This is Bones had let me borrow, I guess, his shorts. Here I am in blue jean, those long blue jean knee shorts.
They're back in now.
This is Riverfest. If you've heard us tell the story about us doing an impression of Michael McDonald and he hurt us, that was this event. Okay, now there's another one. I got a shot of Bubba here, and also he's doing the opposite.
Sam behind you.
Yeah, Sam McDonald. I've got the blue jean shorts to the knees because of course you have to, and mullet. Now look right here. Bubba's got the thighs out.
Oh, Bubba.
So
bad.
So
being short, you didn't need to wear long shorts.
No.
It made you look even shorter.
Well, I think Bubba, honestly, there's one. I don't know if it's next where you and I have the crowd clapping, and you can really tell it. But those were those old classic coaching shorts.
Oh,
weren't they?
Yeah.
Look, there we are. Look, now you can really see it.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I love those.
Yeah,
I wish I had some on right now.
Look, Bubba's got that stash. He's got his sunglasses perfect.
Oh, yeah.
I mean,
those are my Pizza Hut glasses.
He's letting it rock. So that was us.
By the way, I saw my watch yesterday, the gold nugget.
You did?
One. Did I have it on there?
I think you may have.
Please bring it. Will you wear it in?
All right, now, Bubba,
no,
here's the one I want you to see. Do you see what we have on? You have to look close. This is some of that buried treasure.
Oh,
See
yeah.
it?
Yeah, the Latosha.
The Atosha? Was it Atosha?
Yeah.
So this is us appearing at a jewelry store. That's the Couches.
Yeah.
It was Couches Jewelers in Anniston. And they had found some buried treasure, and it was on display there.
Yeah, it was on a tour coming around the country, and they were one of the sponsors of it.
Yeah, and apparently this piece of necklace or whatever this is we have on.
It's a gold chain. I mean, a big one.
It's highly valuable, and we should not have it.
Look how tiny you were, Bubba.
Yeah, I mean it's that. Look right there. That's some young fellows right there. Uh-huh. We got it just like we like it. I don't know what I'm doing in them shorts. I didn't make good shorts choices in those days.
Mullet, Rick. You also have a mullet.
Oh, of course I do. Well, because you got to. Why would you not have it? I mean,
they must have been on the air with us because it looks like we're in front of the building.
Yeah, and I see a tent in there. We must have been broadcasting from that. That's also where we did. Remember, we did our impromptu. We were cut out of a Christmas parade.
Yeah.
So we created our own Christmas parade.
That is one of my favorite audio clips. I don't know if we've heard it in a while.
I have played that a number of times.
Oh, really?
On the
Okay,
best
good.
Of.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
What were y'all singing? I got to know what y'all are singing.
There's no
here.
telling. There's no telling. It's possible because we would, in the early days of the band, we would mix in parody songs and then, of course, classic rock. And it's possible we're doing Crown Air Freshener right there.
Yeah. Are we holding one up?
We did a song. We did a song about those Crown Air Fresheners and how ridiculous they look to some kind of wonderful. So it's possible we're doing that or Emma Sampson or something. I think we're doing one of our parody songs right there.
You were holding a wireless mic there, Bub.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Look, I think I got the Nugget
wireless.
watch on. Look on my left wrist. I think I got the Nugget watch on.
It wasn't even wireless, by the way.
Yeah.
And this is Speedy makes an appearance.
Look
here.
at Speedy.
Speedy.
Look at young Speedy. Don't know what we're doing here. No idea. But you can see the logo's made a change again. I think we're in Birmingham now.
Yeah.
1037 The Q.
Yeah, right.
Well, we'd be in a live appearance, let me tell you.
Oh, we would be in an appearance at the drop of a hat. Bubba's trying to find his watch, see if he can see if it's. Yeah, I don't know who these people are.
Bubba has left his mic.
Yeah, we're looking. Look at young Speedy.
Speedy, wow.
Oh, that's when you're on steroids.
Yeah, you're looking.
I was never on steroids.
Your neck says steroids.
I was never on steroids.
The size of your neck says steroids.
That's not true.
We'll come back. More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Called Youth.
If you leave us, don't forget the
Vigor.
The archives today. Yeah.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Why would you be a dog?
Dogs are nice, but I hate cats, so I wouldn't want to be a cat. But
Okay.
I have a weenie dog, and it's just sweet.
All right. Friendlies are sweet, nice puppy.
I guess a rabbit. Like a bunny rabbit.
Why?
I don't know, because
You're not in psychology, are you? About this, okay.
Yeah. No.
Okay.
I don't know. I had one, and they're good pets, so.
All right.
Like to pet them?
All right.
All right.
Hey,
this is
no
Megan.
chiming from the camera job.
Easy.
I think I'd want to be like a bird so I could fly, because I've always wanted to do that.
Oh, that is a good one.
Maybe a pink flamingo if I couldn't be that, because they're pretty.
I'll tell you what, a pink flamingo is an original answer, even if I could say it too.
Right. Even though that question wasn't, but that's
Sure.
Right.
Right.
I mean, it's been on every dating game ever.
That's why you guys sling it in.
Sure.
What do you expect out of this contest?
I just expect to have fun.
Say your name.
Candace.
Yeah, say your name before you start for the radio folks.
Okay.
Have fun.
Yeah.
This is Megan. Yeah, I expect to have fun, too. I really wanted to meet y'all, though. That was a plus. That was an added bonus.
Do you really want to go out with D? Is that it?
Speedy,
Hey,
Yeah,
no camera
he's a
chime.
direction man.
Speedy, we had your dating game. That was a long time ago.
I got a beautiful wife. I'm just fine.
That's right. Don't be bitter that Cassie wow stepped up. But I mean,
This is Alana. This is Alana. I'm expecting a date with Cassie O'Kitty. That's what I'm expecting.
Oh, yeah.
oh, there we go.
From the halls of
And to
Montezuma
have a lot of fun. This is so much fun.
to the shores of Tripoli. Cassio, that's all the questions you have to pick.
Pretty much.
Hopefully a date, possibly future wife or something.
Well, questions, just straight up questions are not going to get far with me.
Can I
anyway.
ask a question for you?
No.
What do you want to ask, Speedy? Go ahead.
Do you mind?
Because those were weak.
How do you feel about body odor?
Body odor?
Cameraman, what's up?
I don't like bad body odor.
How do I got tire marks over here? They run right up my back.
No more questions from the cameraman.
Hey, I remember that.
Good wood smell.
I remember that.
did he say good? Did I hear good what?
Good wood smell.
Okay.
Lumberjack.
Next.
This is too good.
It's not a plus, but I guess you could get over it.
I have nothing to do with it. That's all right here. No, it really is not funny. Okay. Any questions from you guys?
Well, Megan hadn't answered yet.
I really don't understand. I don't want to know the answer to that.
Speedy.
It pertains nothing
wow,
to
that's
the
a foul,
contest.
man.
I don't know what to say. Cedar smells aren't that bad. Any smells that aren't bad
well,
are good, I guess.
Well, that's true. It's a good point.
Cedar is a nice smell.
It is a nice smell.
If that's your thing. Where's y'all's favorite place to eat? How about that, Cassio? Be a little more practical here.
No, that's right. You're wearing.
Just quick. Where's your favorite place to eat?
I like O'Charlie's.
Okay.
I do too, O'Charlie's.
Okay. Well,
Oh, Megan likes Bahama Breeze.
Oh.
yeah.
All right. Well, we're about to send them on the breakfast. We still don't have Emily though, and Emily's never even met Cassio yet.
Well, we'll.
Do we have an Emily update?
Anybody? Emily, call us and let us know your progress.
Yeah, just let us know where you are.
And we're going to send them to eat, and then we're going to take some phone calls and get everybody's feedback. And,
he needs to see how they respond to food.
Yeah,
that's important.
Absolutely.
So we'll be back and we'll get some feedback from the audience. Hang on.
Rick and Bubba.
we're back. Greg out right now. He's at a grandparents' breakfast with his grandkid for kindergarten. He may be back to us before the show is over. If not, back tomorrow for sure. Rest of us here, we're looking way back, all the way back to the beginning today in our celebration of 31 years of Rick and Bubba and the final year of the Rick and Bubba show, and all the way back to the original studio, and inside that original studio where Bubba and I started as a team, where Sherry and I met and went on to get married. Like I said, 31 years I've been married to Bubba, 28 and a half to Sherry. And so there's just a lot of history there. Speedy, that's where he got started with us, and it all just kind of rolled out of there. And we've been walking through some of that history. If you missed that, catch the archives today, and it's prompting a lot of things. So there were a couple of things that we haven't looked at yet that prompt some stories, and Adler has some of those. Some of you I actually met yesterday, and Adler, if you'll look at the Funmobile pictures, I actually met yesterday. The guy walks up to me at the church where I was speaking and said, "You probably don't remember me," and he told me his name, and of course I can't remember it. He said, "Our whatever you call a place that paints and designs, the what is it? It's not auto body. It's what do you do when you places that paint? What is that called?
Yeah, it's auto body.
Is it auto body?
Yeah, body and fender.
He said we're the ones that painted and did everything with the Funmobile. Wow. He said y'all brought your van to us, and we're the ones who did it. And I met the guy. He was there last night. So this was my actual vehicle. You've heard us tell legends of this. This is when you talk about no budget. Okay, when you talk about no budget. Okay, and then we went on to put giant speakers on top of this and everything. But that's not what those guys did. Those guys just simply did the paint and the logoing. This is the vehicle that I drove around normal, and the deal that I cut was my van is broken down. It does not have reverse. If I can get reverse fixed, if y'all will pay for that, because I can't, you can paint my vehicle to be our promotional vehicle. It says Go Speed Racer Go on it.
Right at the back.
Rick and Bubba Funmobile. I don't know where we are right here in this picture.
I can tell you that was when we were driving around Birmingham,
oh, that's right.
I believe. And
look at our billboard.
That's over there actually off of Highway 31, just between Valleydale and 119.
All right, that answers the question about our remote 10-1. Look, it says 6-9.
Yeah.
Look up there. That
wow.
Sure does. It does. Yeah, right there. Yeah. So, and this was that famous marketing idea: do your billboards upside down so people see them.
Yeah.
Yep. Shannara's still doing that.
No, he's not. Does he have upside?
Yes.
Does he? So anyway, so that was that, and I met the guy who actually did that. But
that's crazy.
And now this was an upgrade from Bubba using his vehicle with shoe polish.
Yeah, we just put shoe polish on the windows like some baseball team going to the beach.
That's right. Yeah, we really thought we were something. And
what kind of car? Is that a Plymouth?
It's I don't know what kind of van it was. Do you remember, Bubba?
No.
My kids, they were young enough.
Let me say the outside looked better than the inside.
Yeah, my older kids, they were still young enough that this was cool to them. But it became uncool pretty quick.
Oh, yes. Was it yellow before all that?
No, it was gray.
Yeah, gray.
It was kind of gray.
Yeah.
And, of course, some of the paint was bad on it. It was rusting on the front.
Yeah.
And let me tell you, as you know, Adler, because you remember these years, Speedy, you remember these years, Bubba, you remember these years. The reason why I picked the van, you think we picked the van, well, did he have a big family? No, I only had 2 kids at this time. I picked the van for what? DJ equipment. So you could get DJ equipment, band
Slide
equipment.
them in and out.
So I wanted a vehicle that could do it all. Now, it would have been great if it could have gone in reverse.
Yeah.
But
that's important sometimes.
Yeah. So anyway, so that was
like pulling a trailer everywhere.
And then we did this promotion, and someone just, I told you, texted me, said they met us. It was called the Ego Bowl. Now, this iconic picture, I want you to hold this right here. If you can bring in. If I could take this picture and say, this should have been a promotional picture. Look at our stomachs. Both of us, we tried to wear cutoffs, and our stomachs are hanging out. And there we are, the 2 of us, with our stomachs hanging out of our jerseys. In our minds, in this flag football game, Bubba and I still believe we can do it. We think we're young enough. I don't know how we got to trash talking with Speedy.
I don't either.
That we could win in a flag football game against him and sales manager at the time, Rob Rawson.
We used to play out behind the studio all the time.
Now, I'm not exaggerating this. The crowd that came, we played outside the studio. I saw the field of that yesterday.
It was out in front.
Yeah, I saw the very field we played on.
Oh, my goodness, the Applebee's is in the background.
Yeah, it's in the background. See there? And look, this is when we decided that we were so tired that we were just going to let Bubba run the ball and let me block. Okay, that was our bet. Look, and I'm ready to kill somebody. I mean, and Bubba is tucked in behind me, and I'm saying, follow me, we're going to the house. And because we had been throwing it, and we got tired of running routes. I was exhausted. I'm like, let's just run the ball, and let me block. And but that Applebee's was in the background, still there. But we had a huge crowd come out. There were bleachers. Yeah. I'd forgotten, Speedy, that your team. You look at Speedy coming through the sign. Look at young Speedy. I had forgotten that you had like your friends dressed as coaches with ties.
Yeah. I was going to say that was Chris Cunningham and Brian Law. Yeah, and they were our coaches in ties and everything.
We had officials. We had bands.
Cheerleaders.
We had cheerleaders. We had it all. And Bubba,
didn't Park and Rec drop the bleachers off?
Yeah, Park and Rec.
Yeah.
But Bubba and I, we still had some. I mean, Bubba can throw the ball. He's got a great. He knows how to run from the quarterback position. I know how to catch the ball. I know how to block. But what we can play pretty good defense. But what we did not think about is that Bubba and I are in such bad shape. We forgot that if you can't breathe, you can't do any of those things.
Yeah. I had a guy that was smoking run by me one time.
But see, that's iconic too because it's got our Applebee's in the background.
Yeah,
and you're coming downhill, and I'm ready to kill somebody.
Yeah,
and so, but Bubba and I were beat handedly in that game by Speedy and Rob Rawson. We had a few moments of glory. I think our first drive we scored,
right,
and we thought we're off and running.
How many times have you seen that?
Oh yes, and then we just got to where we couldn't breathe, and then we wanted to beat Speedy and Rob bad, but then we just got to where we didn't care anymore.
Right, we're just trying to survive.
We just didn't want to be in cardio arrest.
Or cardiac arrest.
Cardiac arrest, yeah, sure. I was already in cardio arrest. I couldn't breathe. All right, people saying, how long were we at that studio on the text? We were there from 93 part-time. And then 94 to 98, so 4 years there?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, about 4 years there, yeah. And then remember, if you go back to Rick, it's an old Dodge Caravan, they say. I think you're right, Pastor Jay. That is right.
Mm-hmm.
So
good night, look at that.
Yeah, and so looking back, if you go back to that, we were not, I know a lot of you know the history, we've told this before. But they moved that station. And, Bubba, this is your world. And, by the way, if you miss Rick and Bubba letters from the audience this weekend, Bubba and I talk about the industry. And Bubba talks about, we got some really deep questions about the industry, and we talked about it. So catch it if you haven't already. But what happened where they could take certain frequencies and you could move them? You couldn't do it on every frequency. But if it was available to you, you could move these small-town stations where they became city-grade signals in bigger markets, which means that there's more revenue available and they cost more. Was that some part of the deregulation of?
Yeah, and they introduced a whole bunch of new stations called the 80-90 docket.
Yeah,
and to do that, they needed to move some stations around and make more room. So they allowed some of them to do it, and some of the bigger, high-powered Class C stations all moved toward larger markets.
Yeah, so they moved us to Birmingham, but we had 90 days left in our contract. If you remember the history, they then came in and said they were going to be removing us when our contract was over because we were too small town to be in the metropolis of Birmingham. It's almost like when Memphis canceled us for being too rednecky. It just sounds odd, but and the fact that we had listeners in all the places outside of Birmingham Metro, where they were part of Birmingham Metro, but outside the city, who were already listening, and they were listening, as we pointed out, because they can hear us.
Yeah, only where we can be heard.
Right.
Because we're still shooting at it pretty good distance away then, about 65 miles or so.
Yeah. Boy, somebody does remember. They said that when I was in that blocking mode, I nearly killed Rob Rawson. I remember that. And you got upset with me.
I don't know if I did or
You
not.
did a little bit. You hit me.
I know what y'all had done to
I mean,
me,
it was
though.
just a reaction.
I know y'all had set me up.
I mean, you weren't trying. It was just a react. You were trying to protect your guy. There's nothing wrong with
well,
that.
he's the only guy I got.
Right.
Rick was playing a little
Rob
rough.
was my teammate.
Supposed to be shadow blocking.
Right. Yeah. Well, I thought blocking was
in
live.
the shadow, but Rob was laying on the ground.
Right. Well, Bubba, it was getting hard out there. It says that we scored the first two and got up 14-0.
I don't know.
And then that was about it.
That sounds about right. Then we got tired.
Yeah, and then I remember Rob and I changed what we were doing, too.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah.
Man,
Good adjustment.
Yeah. We'll take your phone calls next. A lot of memories today, going all the way back to the beginning. And we'll take your phone calls at 866-WE-BE-BIG right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, we're back. We're going to take just a moment before we get into your phone calls for a moment of silence. We're on in Huntsville, Alabama, on the Rocket 95.1. Many employees and families that work with NASA in the Huntsville area. They have asked us to honor this morning as a tribute to all the families and the astronauts who lost their life. This was around the exact time when they lost contact with the shuttle over the weekend, this past Saturday morning, that we all woke up to this horror. So we pause for a moment of silence to honor those families, those astronauts, and all the people with NASA. Thank you very much for all that you do and have already done for us. I mean, as a country, we have benefited greatly by the space program and the research. And unfortunately, there have been people that have given their lives to continue that research. And as we found out this past weekend, that doesn't mean that that's over.
No.
It's very risky business, but it's incredible the benefits that we've gotten from it. It really is. We've got folks standing by now, Bubba, who have seen the three, and we're still looking for Emily from Nashville. Emily, come on now. I mean, I know there's probably a moment now she goes, now I'm so late, should I just leave? And I would say no.
Here is Cassio loaded up. He is in Rick's car, and they are headed to the somewhere close by to eat.
Yes.
And now this is Don Juan leading the charge. Go ahead, D, and head on off.
There they go. Don
Juan will call in with a report as Cassio takes his women out for breakfast.
He's taking his ladies out.
I'm gonna tell you, that's
he had one stuffed in the back there.
Hey, did you see the girl in the back seat? She was all
it's tough back there, and it's clearly not the way to ride. If
Speedy, of course, that shot's still on while you're doing your moves. But anyway, for all of you who have fallen out of your chair this morning, please gather yourself.
Right. So he will have breakfast with them. What happens with Emily? Did we just get her to him when
What
she
is
gets?
Emily?
I don't know. Emily, please call us. Does she have your cell phone?
No, you think I'm giving that out?
What number does she have?
She's got the number that's probably busy right now.
Okay, this number?
Yeah. Well, let's go through these calls, and we'll maybe Emily's out there somewhere.
All right. Hillary in Jacksonville says she knows Alana, who's one of the single women who's trying to date Cassio. Go ahead, Hillary.
Hi.
Hillary, anything that Cassio needs to know?
Well, Alana, she is an incredible friend. And she's so much fun just to hang out with and just to chill with.
And I bet she can run an obstacle course with the best of them.
Yeah, she's incredible.
How tall is she?
6.
She is about 6 foot.
Yeah, she was pretty tall.
She goes 6.
You know, when she first came in, I started thinking kind of like, what's Aerosmith's daughter? What's her name?
Liv.
Yeah, Liv Tyler a little bit. Did y'all get that feel a little bit?
No.
The old tall, long, dark hair?
Can't think of.
Yeah. You don't know who I'm talking about?
Yeah, but I can't picture her.
Okay. All right, well,
I'm sorry. It's been one of those weird mornings for me.
Speedy, are you okay?
Might be the medication I'm on. I don't know.
I don't know what.
Are you blaming? Are you blaming Emily Crabtree on that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Speedy, was you bitten by a rabid dog?
Yeah.
I mean, we need to know.
I just got tickled with CK. He owns me.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
And you're helping him out today.
Well, y'all, you got to ask the hard questions.
He's
Speedy, I'm sorry you dropped your knife on the floor.
Y'all do it to me.
I didn't know.
Oh, but when somebody else is poor Lucy K.
Well, I just no, it's brutal in here. I mean, it is. And I just
Don Juan bet me I wouldn't do it. So.
Right. I knew there was something with 3 and 4, which is a whole nother world.
Sure.
You know, needs its own show. But
how about the ladies need to be used to the level of joking that goes on here, because that would make you a little unnerved if you were, unaware of that.
I just didn't know how he could get in the car with his knees cut off like that.
Yeah, I know. somebody apparently threw him in there.
Hey, Rick, if people want to go look at how the girls see how the girls look,
hey,
you can go to our website, and it's right there. Ryan's done a good job and linked it to the Bachelor website.
So he has the official girls, because he had these other girls on there.
Pass the gravy, please.
We're back 21 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us today. Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, as I mentioned. Letters from the audience. Some great letters. Great job. Speedy, I'd reset the phones. I know you said there was no one calling. I think I figured out why. I think something's wrong. Because I've tried to get a line to work. It won't. We don't know what happens on weekends, and people are calling, and like it'll blink for 1 second and then be gone. There's something wrong with it. So we apologize. We told y'all to call at 866-WE-BE-BIG, and there seems to be some issue with the phone system. We've had the issue with one of our monitors behind us. YouTube had to be reset again. I've never been able to. Bubba, you're the engineer. We've discussed it for years. I don't know what happens in these studios over weekends, but it is part of the legendary experience of being in radio. If you come back on a Monday, there's no telling what is waiting.
Well, you used to think it was because the weekend bunch came in, and God knows what was going on then.
Yeah.
And but now it's like our own studio. Nobody's using it, and it still happens.
It still happens. So anyway, we think that maybe Speedy's got it resolved. So try us at 866-WE-BE-BIG. If you were try that now. We'll try to get at some of your phone calls. I do want to let you know some things that are going on the 22nd of September. I'm going to be over in Rossville, Georgia. I'm going to be speaking for the morning service and doing a man church later that day at 5. So that's the next thing coming up is the 22nd of September. On the 24th, ladies, if you'd like to come in and see Sherry, a really cool women's event at First Baptist Church in Pensacola, Florida on the 24th. You can make plans to go by and see her coming up. Now, when you get to man churches that are going on still ahead, coming up this Sunday night, Lee Moore will be in Ocilla, Georgia. You ever been to Ocilla, Georgia? Ocilla Baptist Church. Lee Moore there. On the 21st, Scott Dawson in Sevierville, Tennessee. Connect Church for a breakfast. That's also a man church. And then also, I mentioned the 22nd. So, and then coming up on the 30th, I'll be at the big men's event at First Baptist Church, Panama City, Florida. They'll be hosting one of our conferences next year. We'll tell you more about that on tomorrow's program. All right. So, first of all, before we go to the phones, I sent Adler this picture. If you got it, Adler, an email. Do you remember the character Helium Boy? Okay. So we actually, Hammer, who was the guerrilla marketer, he said, let's do a costume, and somebody dressed as Helium Boy. That's Helium Boy at the Ego Bowl right there. Do you remember this? The Helium Boy, of course, was a blue balloon, and we had various interns that would dress up as Helium Boy. And as you said a minute ago, and I totally agree, you didn't video everything back in these days.
No.
Bubba and I made an appearance. It was a pep rally, an outdoor pep rally or something
at
Plainview
High School.
And was it Aaron Boy? Dressed as Helium Boy?
And he went down. He fell down the hill in that.
Now keep in mind, it's a ball. It's like you're inside a blue ball. So when he started going downhill, he starts rolling down like a ball, and his legs are just frailing around, and he couldn't stop. I mean,
what was so funny, Rick? He had white shoes on.
Yeah.
That were like comedy shoes.
Yes.
And he had white gloves on, like big.
Yeah, those big Mickey Mouse, gloves. Yeah.
And he was dancing, trying to be funny up on top of the hill. And he got too close to the edge and fell, and he went and he was rolling, and a foot would fly off, and then you'd see a hand fly off, and he rolled all the way to the bottom and just laid there for a minute. And I thought, well, is he going to get up?
Yeah, God, if somehow they'd been video in those days, man.
There is video of me and you on the stage laughing about it.
No, you're right.
I'm down on all fours.
You're right.
But whoever was videoing did not know what was going on. They did not get the camera on him.
You're right.
But I've seen that clip
No, you're right.
before.
You're
I
right.
don't know where
you're
it
right.
is. But.
Mickey in Asheville, thanks. We got the phones fixed now, and you're coming in. Mickey, go ahead.
Hey, Rick. I talked to you yesterday. I was with Kevin at the studio.
Oh,
and
yeah,
I
Mickey. Thank you, buddy.
Yeah, I mentioned about the times being like 6 to 9 in the beginning.
Yeah.
If I remember right, that's morning drive, correct? That as far as ratings go.
It's part of it.
It's part of it. Some people like the whole 6 to 10. Then there was this big push, and maybe that's when we went 6 to 9. Hey, you got to get into the music for the offices at 9. So that maybe we went through some of that, but 6 to 10 is actually full drive time, right, Bubba?
Yeah, because the way the day parts were done, you were sacrificing 25% of your time, So I think it actually helped the ratings to be 6 to 10.
I remember it being 6 to 9, and then before it went 6 to 10, you would extend the show into the 9 o'clock hour.
Yeah,
like one segment. And I thought that was an attempt to get in better ratings into another.
It probably was. It probably was, Mickey.
Well, if we had something going on and it was still going on, we'd just stay on the air.
Well, Mickey, it was a pleasure to meet you yesterday. He's not quite to the level of what's the guy that's done all the timelines?
Patrick Campbell.
Patrick Campbell. He's not to that level.
Right.
But as far as audio, he may be close.
Yeah.
Mickey could tell me everything about our show for the last 31 years. So it was great to meet you. Let's go to Ryan in Springville. Ryan, go ahead.
What's up, guys?
Hey, buddy.
Hey, let's not forget the first time I ever met y'all was like maybe 95, 96.
Yeah.
Y'all did the Jack's World Tour in Springville.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
When Jack's first opened, I was probably 10 years old, headed into school, and we stopped in.
I remember that. I remember being there and thinking, how can a job be any better? Let's go to Tom in Pell City. Tom, go ahead. ZZK.
I remember meeting y'all. I dressed up as Gene Simmons and walked in, and y'all said, nice job on the makeup. And then also, I want to say something like, what if y'all played Rick and Bubba Studio versus listeners in flag football today? That'd be awesome.
Oh, Tom, come on. I mean, nobody. It's the reason why we don't have the softball team anymore. No one wants it to be sad.
Yeah.
Why does Rick and Bubba keep falling down, Daddy?
Yeah, and they can't get up.
David, Birmingham. David, go ahead.
Yeah, Rick, I can remember the first time I heard you on the radio, and I don't remember if it was 4 in the morning or 5 in the morning. I was driving a truck for a big company there in Birmingham hauling heavy equipment. I was leaving Birmingham going to Mobile. I turned the radio on. There was a chicken gut truck wreck somewhere. Had the I-59 shut down, and I drove all the way around Birmingham to avoid a wreck. It was the day before.
Yeah, and, you got plenty of Rick and Bubba.
Replay.
Yeah, that's right.
We did overnight replay.
Sorry about that. Yeah, that was the truckers replay that was very popular, but dated, as you found out. Janice in Locust Fork. Janice, go ahead.
I'm the Mad Hornet. I called you before. I've got a brochure here from y'all when y'all was on Y94.5, the Big Fat Lotto. Do you remember that?
Sure we do. Of course we do. How can you forget that?
Well, I was going through a picture album and found this big, I guess it come through the mail.
Oh, yeah.
And I still got my numbers. Did anybody ever win the $100,000?
Yeah, don't hold your breath on that one.
Don't hold your breath on that one.
Yeah.
All right, somebody says, oh, wait a minute. Helium Boy wasn't real, so we ruined that.
Yeah,
sorry. We'll be back bottom of the hour. We'll continue to work through other stories of the day. Thank you for some ongoing great memories, and thanks for being such outstanding hosts yesterday in Gadsden. That was great. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
No, well, he's going to take care of Jessica since she bailed on me overnight. Hey, thanks. And and the only other one that's not on there was the one that had to be faxed to us. And Bubba, you what you got there? All right, and he's clicking on them now. And see, there they are there. And all right, there's the one in the middle looks like ain't gonna be able to show.
Speedy, I feel like that would be Jessica.
Jessica, yeah,
Which one's Emily?
Emily is right there on the end.
With a group picture?
Yeah, she's the one in the middle. And then there's the other girls. And what was her name, Rick? The number 5?
Alana?
No, Megan.
This is Megan.
She faxed her picture to me.
And I'm going to try to scan hers officially today so we can put it in the mix.
Speedy, I feel like you might ought to put that camera down and just go sit in the office and gather.
Yes, sure.
All right, Rick, where are we at here?
Let's go to Nikki. Nikki in Nashville. Nikki, how are you doing?
Pretty good. Monkey grass.
Well, welcome to the show.
Hey, since you're in Nashville, you hadn't seen Emily Crabtree this morning.
No, I wish I knew her.
Okay, go ahead, Nikki.
I think Cassio needs to find out if these girls have grandparents at least close in the area.
Mm-hmm.
You know, his track record with the Meemaws is not good.
That is a point. Boy, yeah.
Make it or
How
break
connected are they to their
Meemaw's house in this case?
Yeah, to their senior relatives.
You know, one of the moms is here. Is it with Alana?
Yeah, I think so.
Alana's mom?
Mm-hmm.
Hey, hold on. Let me get that shot here. Hold on.
Let's go. Hey, Gingerbread is checking in. Former Rick and Bubba intern. Hey, Gingerbread, good morning.
Hey guys, how y'all doing?
We're good. Yeah, that's Alana's mom you're seeing. Speedy's getting a shot of her now. Gingerbread, what can you know Megan?
I do. I know Megan. I know her family, and she's just a wonderful girl. Wonderful girl.
So, you know,
she was a lifeguard out at in Trussville when I lived out that way, and I think she's still lifeguarding over at Jeff State. So,
you know, when you say lifeguard and Cassio, it just doesn't, I mean, immediately just snap right there, you know, but it could happen.
Well, you know, here's the thing. With us being on radio and having access to the people, you know, there is a point on The Bachelor and The Bachelorette where they go and talk to friends and stuff.
Yes.
We can just say, give us some calls. They've got the radio on, and it's happening right now.
Yeah, I know. I like this twist on it.
So you say that she comes highly recommended from you?
very highly recommended.
Are you still doing okay?
Oh, I'm doing great. We're doing just fine.
How's Matt?
He's wonderful.
Good.
Gingerbread,
wonderful.
Do you worry, though, that she is more into being here because her family likes the show? Will you think she'll actually go out with Cassio if she gets picked?
Yeah, I think she would. I think she really would.
Well, because I think we have to ask those questions. Don't you?
No, I think her mom is a big fan of the show. I do know that. And
Aaron had to find out if the girls were they there to be on TV or really cared about him.
Well, look, I hope all of them's mom's a fan.
I do too. Yes.
You realize they have your car, right, Rick?
Huh?
You realize they have your car? Her mom is an aerobics instructor, so they're all. Maybe they need to get Cassio in there.
You're on.
Thank you. They just arrived. Well, you just worry. My gosh, can the poor kid keep up? You know what I mean?
They just arrived at.
All right. Dee will call us at the break. They're at the Waffle House where they're going to eat, and he will buy them breakfast. They will talk. They will converse.
Next segment, Dee will check in with us.
And Dee will kind of let us know. Beth in Murphy, North Carolina has a. This is a great point. Beth, welcome to the program. I can't believe he didn't ask this question.
Good morning, guys.
Hey Emily, welcome.
That's Beth.
Beth, I mean.
I know we all want Emily to get here. I understand.
Yeah, I'm looking for Emily so much, I just put her name out there.
Beth, thank you for calling. So what was the question that you would like him to ask?
Well, first of all, I'd like to say that all the girls are just beautiful.
They are.
And but I think Cassio needs to ask some real life questions. Can any of them cook?
Oh.
I'm sure he'll get to that. Sure.
Yeah.
Maybe he can do that while they're eating this morning on the phone with us.
That's a good idea.
Yeah. Maybe he could I think that on the next round, each one of them has to bring something they made for him to eat. That's right, baby. Here we go. We're back. Of course, we're going to get into a little bit talking about the upcoming election. It's almost here. But let me point you to amac.us/bigbox, the Association of Mature American Citizens. Look, we all were there. Bubba's 60. I'll be 60 here in just a few weeks. How about that, Bubba?
Yeah.
I'll catch you.
Welcome.
But we started, we got in our 50s. We started getting all of the AARP stuff. And, hey, look at all these discounts. And as Greg said, we thought we were a little bit sharp. And then you start looking at how they lobby Washington. You're like, wait a minute. Let me walk that back. I can't be with these people. So you thought, well, how you can't even have a discount. But then you found out that the Association of Mature American Citizens offers those discounts and more, but they actually have a lobby in Washington that is from a conservative point of view. We do have a lobby that's talking to us as a mature American citizens, and yes, we do still have our discounts at over 100 different companies that also align with these same values and these same views. Your voice matters. November is a biggie. If you'd like to be part of the association of mature American citizens, you can go now to amac.us/bigbox, and you can do a year for $1, and that gives you the bi-monthly magazine as well. There's a link at rickandbubba.com. Over 2 million of you have already done that. So make the move and be part of that today. So transitioning, just we can always get back to stuff in phone segments, but I know you feel the same way, Bubba. We're always grateful for Gadsden and that beginning. I mean, for both of us, it's huge. For me personally, it involves, the start of this incredible relationship and everything we've been able to be part of for 31 years. It's where I met the love of my life, and it's even where I was redeemed when I was there at First Baptist Church in Gadsden, where Sherry and I were married. It was pre-marriage counseling that Rick Cagle, who's gone on to glory, was the man who loved me enough to point out that my claim of redemption and the fruit of my life did not, they were not in sync. And there's no way a man could be living the way I was living and truly be redeemed, because the power of Christ is just too strong. And me claiming I was a Christian or had been redeemed and lived the way I lived, it didn't say a whole lot about Jesus. And he was 100% right. And I was convicted by the Holy Spirit to finally repent and submit and get the justification correct, and then start the process that continues today of sanctification. So pretty special place for all of us, and definitely personally for me. So it was good to be back and good to get a chance to come speak there and let them see, how God has continued to change us as well. And it was a good time to be there. And we'll always be grateful for that little place on earth. Gadsden, Alabama. All right, so we do have, and I guess this is real, tomorrow night there will be a presidential debate I can't
Is
believe,
it real?
Is it real that we will have a debate between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris?
Yeah, I know.
Is that really going to happen? Can you imagine Wednesday's show? I mean, what will we even I
just hope and pray that, because even though the mics will be muted, the Kamala, I'm speaking that she pulled with Pence, that things will be cordial enough to where he won't come across as too aggressive, because that's their plan, is to see if he'll take the bite, or the bait.
With the mics being muted,
it'll help.
I think it will help. Yeah. Kamala has taken, I think, 5 or 6 days off. She's got absolutely nothing going on, and with her having the mic and having the podium, so to speak, it's obvious they've given her this time so that she can memorize, because
you don't get to have notes.
Because you don't have notes, and she can't just speak freely like Trump can. She can't do it. She sounds like a crazy commie every time she speaks.
All right.
So they're having her memorize some.
I'm sure ABC's giving her the questions too.
I think one of the problems that Trump has to do with females, the perception of that. And he has to be very careful not to be insulting to her face, because that will turn a lot of people off.
Right.
He played the first debate very wisely, as opposed to how he did it the time before.
Yes. Did he play it wisely, or did the setup just work to his advantage?
The setup was to his advantage.
Maybe both. Maybe.
And I think he will have to do that again. I think to underestimate her ability to debate would be a mistake. I think her policies, you just tie her to what she has done and what she stood for, and let her speak for herself.
Yeah.
Well, the concern is valid. The concern is that they know the things that Americans care about, and so there's been an attempt to just have her pretend that she's going to do those things.
Oh,
too.
yeah, just completely flip-flop and whitewash all those issues. I mean, she's for fracking, she's for this, she's for
Not anymore.
oil drilling. I mean, she's almost said make America great again.
And she's almost said, and I even think she's building a wall at this point.
Yeah, oh, yeah, she was wanting to finish the wall.
So-
I mean, now you've had plenty of time to do that. But
That's the part that concerns me, and I just hope that America, and what I'm talking about is 6 states, maybe 5. The rest of us, we're already in. There's just a handful of you that are going to decide this election. But it's down to what I'm worried about is, are these people, are they willing to remember how Kamala Harris has always actually lived and governed, or will they let her get away with pretending she's something she's not so they can feel better about voting for her?
You know,
that's a legitimate concern right there.
I tell you what is unique about this presidential debate. We've got 2 candidates that have been in the White House, so to speak. You know, usually it's somebody in, somebody not.
Right.
And, you know, if you're not in, hey, time for a change. If you're in, you say, look at our record, what we've done. This time you got 2 people who have been there. So it's a little different take on how they'll have to attack each other.
Yeah, so don't let the left get away with the fact that they themselves did not think Kamala Harris should remotely be near the White House. Don't let them get away with that. Don't let Liz Cheney get away with saying that she's so far left, she's more far left than Bernie Sanders. Don't let Liz Cheney get away with that. I saw today where George W. Bush has basically put out a statement that he has no comment either way.
Mm-hmm.
He's not involved.
Dick Cheney has.
Yeah, Dick Cheney has for some reason shown us, I guess, how stupid he can be, because
you know,
he's mad.
that really disappoints me in him, because you remember how everybody was all up in arms when Trump was running the first time, and they said, well, if you don't get the nomination, will you support who the Republicans put up? And I mean, they made that like that was a major test and a box you had to check to even get on the stage and all of that. And then we have these people here who have, I thought, done a good job in the past, and now they're doubling back and going away from that just based on personality, because it ain't on policy.
No,
I mean
they
couldn't be. So I think Bush, who his family's tangled with Trump, they didn't come out too well on it. I think he's probably handling it the right way to say I'm not going to be involved in it, and then just go and vote for him anyway in private.
Yeah, he didn't back Trump and he didn't back Kamala Harris. He just said, I left politics and I'm retired from presidential politics. That was many years ago. Neither me nor my wife are going to say who we're voting for in November. That's a much better route. Or even if I'm Dick Cheney and I just am mad and my little Lizzie is mad, then maybe just don't vote at all. Where you went too far, which I think is stupid, is you're saying, I'm not just mad at Trump, I'm willing to vote for Kamala Harris, who is a Marxist.
Yeah.
Don't do that. You can be mad, but don't be stupid, because that's just stupid. And of course, Dick Cheney's always shown us that he'll take he has no real convictions, and he will compromise them. If it's family or if somebody's been mean to his family.
Look, I understand.
This is now the second time I've seen him crumble on something because of personal reasons.
Yeah, I understand your family, supporting your family.
Of course.
I don't have a problem with that. But I don't see it changing policy. Policy is because it's a good idea. It works.
Or scripture.
Yeah, it has that. So I don't really follow that. I think a lot less of them at this point. Now, again, you don't have to support Trump. I know you don't like him, whatever. Just stay out of it.
Yeah, don't vote at all if you don't want to. That's fine, but you can't vote for a Marxist.
No, how do you? To me, that taints your whole history.
So I think what it tells me,
it means you're for sale. Basically,
you have to tell what else it means. It means that your own feelings and your own personal stuff is more important than the good of the country. That's what that means. Yeah. And I would say the same thing on how he handled some things that, from a biblical standpoint, it doesn't mean you don't love your family. I think you love your family when you're willing to stand on the truth of God and say, I can't compromise this for you because I love you, not because I don't love you. And I'm not against you. I'm just for God. But apparently, if you can get Dick Cheney emotional about anything, he'll just crumble.
Yeah,
You
it's
know?
somebody in the text saying that I'm being ridiculous on George W. Bush because he was a terrible president. Any way you look at it, I disagree. I think he was a very good president.
No, yeah, he was not a terrible president.
I think
That's
where
not
he made a mistake toward the end of his presidency, he tried to reach across the aisle and work with the Democrats on some things, and it ended up costing him because it messed the economy up beyond comprehension.
Now, if you want to say that he didn't finish well, I'm with you.
Yeah,
on that.
I'll give you that. I'll give you that.
But to say that his entire presidency was terrible, that's incorrect. But that's the new mentality today with people for some reason. If you do one thing they don't like, they just take your whole resume and throw it out. You know? So, 14 minutes to the top of the hour. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. More of the Rick and Bubba Show coming up. We got some clips to play. Bubba, you may be surprised. Some people that say that they like Donald Trump and may vote for him. You may not.
It is one of the stranger political seasons we've ever seen.
It is. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Don't you?
Cassio's already indicated that he may be lazy. So
No, that's not just an indication.
No, he really is.
That's a fact.
I mean,
he may
Jack,
need to know. He may need to know how these girls feel about the domestic life.
Yeah, I mean, he kind of threw that out there just to get a general how you feel about just the term lazy.
We didn't ask if he did.
Of course, the most important thing
We'll
when
find
you're
out.
trying to choose a potential mate is what your favorite animal is.
Yes.
And can you make that noise? I mean, that's...
Well, that's my standard question.
Let me tell you,
to do with that.
I hate to say it, that's nothing, but that's a standard hound question because they know we'll bring out some connotation.
We want to hear him bark.
Yeah, they want to want you to make an animal noise. That's what they're after. You know it. That's what they're after.
Oh, and then Dee made me ask that uncomfortable question. Dee?
This is. Well, at the end of this, the question's not, will he have a date? Will we all still be friends? All right, we come back 10 minutes past. Don Juan DeMarco, an update from the first Bachelor, group date.
Anything for the show, Rick. Anything for the show.
Rick and Bubba.
We're back. I've been able to find her. But three of them, Alana, Candace, and Megan, are all dining at the Waffle House right now as the first group date with Cassio Kid. And we have already moved into another phase of people who know them telling us what they think about them. Cassio got to hear some of that while driving very uncomfortably in my car this morning because we were going to put him in the back of his pickup, but he's got stuff in the back of it, which goes back to that first question. You got a problem with people who are lazy.
He's got DJ equipment back there.
Look, I mean, you see the forecast. I mean, where we live, it's cloudy. It's going to rain today. His stuff's sitting in the back of the pickup.
Well, he'll be seen frantically pulling it into the building here any moment now.
Or his low-end woofers will be a little soggy.
Yes. Dee?
Hey, guys.
Dee, how's it going over there?
Everything's going good right now because there's food in the mix now.
Yeah.
And that makes everybody happy. Everybody's getting, placing the orders right now. So basically what I'm doing is I'm observing the whole thing. And there's a new MTV show out right now called Tail Daters. And, you go on a date and you got your friends kind of critiquing everything you do. So I'm kind of sending them text messages on what to ask next and all that kind of stuff.
Good. You can beep them and then it tells you what
now,
to do.
Now, Dee, you're not getting in there too close and stealing his thunder, right? I mean, you're keeping you're like on the other side of the restaurant.
Yeah. I'm sitting at another table from them. I'm not with them. They're sitting by themselves. So.
Of course, you'll eat too.
How are they sitting there? How's the arrangement?
Yeah, how are they in the booth?
Okay, Cassio's sitting next to Alana.
Okay,
and Megan and Candace on the other side, opposite.
All right, let me ask you this, Dee. Okay, here we go. Now, he can't hear me, right?
No, they can't.
No, but Alana's mom can.
Yeah. How do you think Cassio's doing from a single guy.
You know him.
You know him. You're in the dating scene. Do you think he's overwhelmed right now? How's his chemistry right now? How's he handling it, in your opinion?
He's handling himself well, better than I thought, because, see, right now he's got 3 ladies.
Right.
And it's okay to have 3 ladies. I mean, normally you got 1 girl, and he's got to fight to keep that 1 girl.
Right.
Now he's got 3 girls, and he doesn't have to worry about the other 2 getting mad,
Cassio, this is a very important, very important question. He has not stood up and did his dinosaur imitation in the middle of Waffle House.
He did inform me, though, if things start to go back, he would do the dinosaur for last,
As a last-ditch effort, his dinosaur impression.
Those of you that are new to the program, now, no matter how long you've listened, we all know this. Those of us that maybe, look, he's not like there's something, we got a little weight about us. The fat guy in the crew, the fun-loving big brother, I just love him. Sometimes, when it comes to the ladies, we have a bad habit of going to trying to be funny because we're not quite confident enough that we're going to win you over with just our style and our look.
Right.
So we panic when things get a little uncomfortable and we go funny. Cassio does impressions of slow-motion dinosaurs. And in the past... All right, 9 minutes to the top. We are back. Little Greggy's back. Papa's back. Went to his grandparent breakfast. So welcome back, Gregory.
Yeah, it was fun.
Yeah. So you're back. Did you get it all done?
Got it done.
Did you go to the book fair?
Well, of course we had to go to the book fair. You got to throw one of them in.
Sure, they got to have a book fair while they got you.
And I got to have 2 or 3 things out of there.
How was Ellis?
He was good.
Did you okay?
He did. He did good.
Was he excited to see Papa?
He was. And Marion got to come, his little sister.
Hey,
Marion.
that's good.
But the funny part, you get there, you ain't got a clue. Nowadays, with you can't just walk into school.
Yeah.
So I didn't know where to park. I didn't know what to do. And so I called Taylor. I knew he was on the way to work. I said, "Do you know anything about where?" He goes, "Well, Dad, I really don't know where this is going to be." Anyway, he had a good one. He goes, "I'll tell you what you do." He said, "When you see a crowd of old people, that's probably where you're going." I said, "Well, you're probably right." Sure enough, he was right. It was me and a big crowd of, me included.
What about you in there?
I was in there. It was a big crowd of old people, and I'm one of them.
Tell me, Papa. All right. So now that you're back, we did the whole recap from this past from yesterday, going back to Gadsden. So I won't relive that. But I had one thing I was supposed to ask you. All right, met this guy. Can't think of his full name.
Oh boy.
Really, really tall.
Okay.
Worked at the power company. He was in telecommunications. Farrell. Big guy named Farrell. I remember his first name, but I can't remember his last name.
What is Farrell's
He was
last
there last night. That was his church, and he was like, "You tell Greg that Farrell, whatever." And he remembered when you first started and all this.
We went to Mississippi and worked together.
Yes, he told me about that.
Farrell, that's before he was in the telecom, I believe. I think he was in the cruise then.
Right.
Yeah, big Farrell.
Big tall guy. I tell you what,
big guy.
I tell you one of the funniest lines he had. He said, I know y'all all tied to Jack State. He said, "You won't believe who I get mistaken for all the time." I said, "Who?" He said, "Bill Jones." And I said, "Really?" He goes, "Bill Jones must be a handsome devil."
Oh yeah,
and,
Farrell's a character.
Yes, yes, he is. Yes, he is.
Good guy.
I'd like to ask Papa a question.
You mean him, Papa?
Does Papa have RT? Is Papa?
That's a great question.
Is Papa grumpy? In other words, when you go into that,
No.
when you go, do you change personalities, or are you still the same?
When you say change,
and I don't mean you're the same as bad.
Are
I just
you
mean
nice
that,
when you're around?
I just mean that
probably nicer.
Yeah, that's
Papa's nicer than Greg.
Oh yeah,
no doubt.
Oh yeah,
yeah. I just didn't know if you still point out things.
No, I don't blurt out.
You don't turn into being gullible as Papa or anything.
No,
like
but
that.
I don't blurt out because you get a crowd that big, there's gonna be some folks you want to point out. But,
do you?
But I didn't.
You keep that. Yeah, Papa keeps it to himself.
Yeah, but I don't want the kids to pick up on it. They'll start doing it.
I had a few encounters. When I visited Etowah County. I was thankful you weren't with me.
Oh, really? Okay.
Farrell Jones, they say. His name is Jones too. They just say that because of Bill Jones. I don't know.
That's funny.
Yeah, but anyway. So Papa is nicer than Greg, no doubt.
Yes, you have to be. Really, because they're watching you.
What is his last name? Katz.
Oh, that's a good one.
Greg, we were talking about the debate tomorrow night.
How about that? That'll be good.
That'll be a good one.
Speaking of characters.
Yeah, so believe it or not.
What's 2 good candidates?
1C, Bubba and I were just talking about. You realize there's a day that neither one of these people would have seen the live
No.
today. Can I just tell you this? These candidates, they're not the problem. We are the problem.
Yes, sir.
There was a time where the American people, these two people would have never seen the light of day.
Never.
We got Kamala Harris. She is a razor-thin election from running the free world. That's an indictment on our society. Not the Democrats.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
But we're trying to, it may, as you said, Bubba, politics makes. Well, maybe I shouldn't say
strange
that.
bedfellows.
Maybe we shouldn't say that.
Don't get Bubba
That's an old saying. That's an old saying.
Bubba, here's Elton John. Giving some support to Donald Trump.
No way.
Yeah, Greg, I'm just telling
Shocking,
you.
isn't it?
We have it right here. Here we go.
I know that you're not a supporter of Donald Trump's. He loves your music. How did it feel when he took the lyrics to Rocket Man
Looking good.
and he used it as a nickname for Kim Jong-un, and then he gave Kim Jong-un
I laughed. I thought it was brilliant. I just thought, good on you, Donald. I'm the Rocket Man, yeah. Donald's always been a fan of mine, and he's been to my concerts many, many times. So, I've always been friendly towards him, and I thank him for his support. Yeah, when he did that, I just thought it was hilarious. It made me laugh.
He gave Kim one of your CDs and signed it. That was in one of the books about him, because Kim, I guess, didn't know the song. So,
what's that?
He gave Kim Jong-un the signed CD.
Yes.
Which
yeah.
he never heard of it.
I know, because he hasn't heard of me, Kim Jong-un. I'd be very surprised if he had. I've never toured North Korea, and I have no intention of doing so. But it was. I thought it was a light moment, and it was fun.
Do you realize
they wanted him to be?
The interviewer, that is not what the interviewer wanted.
No.
He said, we're going to just tear Donald Trump apart. And Elton John said, I thought it was hilarious.
Yeah.
And he's always been good to me, always been a fan of me. That's not exactly an endorsement
but
of Donald
the way
Trump.
they act like the others, that if you have anything to do with him, we're outing you.
Right. He was not afraid.
No.
So we also have Bubba, we have Vivek Ramaswamy. Ramaswamy. So here is Vivek saying tomorrow night's debate, if it goes well for Trump, he says here's how that's going to go. Here we go.
One thing I want to caution against, Sean, is exactly what happened in June. What I expect is that Donald Trump will once again run circles around Kamala Harris, just as he did with Joe Biden in that last debate. The question is that going to be good for us in winning this election or not? Because last time around, it was the catalyst for something drastic happening afterwards, which is in that case swapping out Joe Biden as the nominee. And I think if Kamala Harris really does tank in this debate, and I think there's a decent chance that happens, I think there are strange things that could happen between now and November, because the Democrats, they have been playing this as in some ways one step ahead.
You're suggesting that we may live through another change in candidates if she didn't have a good debate?
No, I don't think it's going to be a change in the candidates. The ballots have already been printed, but I do think that we have a machine that we're up against that has demonstrated that it is going to go to great measures to defeat Donald Trump. You trace this back over the last year and a half. You've got prosecutions. You've got civil cases. You've got extrajudicial attempts to remove him from the ballot. They told us Joe Biden was definitively going to be the nominee, then negotiated for the earliest ever presidential debate in U.S. history because they knew there was a good chance Biden would underperform. Once he did, they swapped him out. I think we've got to learn from those lessons, Sean, to say that they're still going to have many more tricks up their sleeve. So the two scenarios are either Kamala Harris overperforms. I don't expect that to happen. Or what I do expect to happen is Donald Trump to seriously defeat her in this debate as he did last time around. But don't expect that to be the end of this election. I think there's going to be more tricks left up their sleeve.
Look, Gavin Newsom is circling still like a vulture, just waiting on something to die.
Ramaswamy! If you leave us, don't forget the archives today. If you got more Rick and Bubba, we'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
when things got bad, he would go to that.
Hey, that needs to be window fun. He'll walk by like a dinosaur.
Not that the imitation is all that bad.
No, it's pretty good, actually.
But it's funny because when he gets in a tight
right,
and doesn't know what to do, that's what he goes to. Much like my daughter, who is 3, when she is out of words or doesn't know what to say, she'll just scream pickle.
Right, exactly.
For no apparent reason.
That's a good example.
Right.
And that's his pickle.
It is.
And another thing, we saw it on the Bachelorette. The big guy hung around longer than he thought he would, and before you know it, he's doing silly dances. Remember that?
Yeah.
Trying to get her to laugh. So
we'll hear Farley any minute now.
Yeah,
well, that's the thing with the girls too. I think the girls are thinking that as well. If they go with a little comedy, that'll draw them in even more. Because Cassio did pose the question, "Hey, can you girls cook?" And Alana answered, "Hey, I can cook. Yeah, I can cook." Candace answered, "I can cook," and Megan answered with very comical, "I can heat up." And
Okay.
she got big laughs out of that.
Yeah.
So that's kind of huge.
See, Beth helped. Beth gave him a question in the car, and he asked it.
Can we talk to CK?
Yeah, you can. Hang on one second.
Mm-hmm.
And by the way, CK was polite and held the door for all 3 ladies to come in.
Should I ask him questions since he's mad at you?
No. Yeah. Please.
Pot Speedy down. You don't
All right,
throw him off.
here's CK.
Okay.
Hey, Cassio.
Hello?
How's it going, man?
It's going good.
Have y'all got...
We're talking a lot. Yeah, we just ordered, and we got Ilana took coffee, and Candace took water, and Megan ordered a pecan waffle.
Okay. Well, you know what? That ought to tell you something right there. That's a young lady. I will tell you this. I'm not trying to help you here, but one of the things I liked when Sherry and I first went out, she wasn't bashful to eat a little on the date. I mean, when her meal got there, she
Everybody's claiming they already ate, so that was their.
Cassio, let me ask you this. Just and don't say it so everybody can hear you. Are you in the booth right now?
Yeah. Do I need to get up?
Yeah, get up and walk away just a little bit.
All right.
Just any early favorites here?
Straight up.
No early favorites. Alana was just discussing boot camp with all of us. That was pretty interesting.
Wow.
I've never said we had to do something right before I went off to boot camp. That's just not my.
No.
Yeah.
That's not your usual conversation. So.
Yeah. That's my only concern is that how in the world will you and her ever have a conversation about anything?
We ought to see who can do 20 push-ups out of the lunch.
No.
She'll say drop and give me 20.
Well, this is not an obstacle course. Thank goodness.
I mean, thank goodness.
Well, Cassio, go ahead and finish your meal because you're going to have to head back here in about 10, 15 minutes.
And remember,
she'll have it ready by then.
At the end of this show,
D can bring it when he comes.
Look, at the end of the show, there'll be, I don't know I don't know if Emily's ever going to get here. If she does, you'll have 3 biscuits and 4 women. If she doesn't, you'll have 2 biscuits and 3 women, right?
Right. You're going to have to drop one today.
Yeah.
I can't cut. Like if Emily don't show up, I can't just cut her.
No, that's too easy.
Why?
Well, okay, we'll discuss it. Okay.
I don't want to cut one of them today.
Cassio is enjoying the group. Yes.
We need to Cassio, can I tell you what just happened right then? Because I don't think you were aware of it. What just happened right then? You suddenly were like 8 years old, and I just told you it was time to go, that was all for Bozo today.
And you said, no, Daddy, no.
Was I talking back to my parents?
You went, why? Okay.
Was it time to come in and I didn't want to?
Yes.
Okay.
All right, have fun, little man.
Thank you, bro.
There's Daddy's little man.
There he goes.
Little man. You know something? Can I say this? What a great day for him.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. He didn't have to chase anybody around.
Grant, you tried to ruin it.
But I did not. I was just asking questions.
What a great day.
This could be love. This could be the beginning of something beautiful.
It could. Sherry and I met on the show.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Granted, it wasn't a contest, but I mean, it was. Sure. But it really, in a way, it was.
Yes, it was, Rick. Yes.
Do you remember?
Do I get any credit, too?
He's further along than I was. These women came up of their own free will.
I mean, I'm getting killed a lot this morning because saying I was mean to CK, but
I didn't say that.
I'm the one that found these girls. They're beautiful.
Yes, you did do a very good job.
Speedy, you did a good job answering the email and taking those calls.
You did.
Yeah.
Rick, do we need to
I had to weed through a lot.
Do we need to do a quick poll to see what the audience thinks going to happen, why they cannot hear us? I don't want to taint Cassio's decision.
Grandma's on the line.
All right, this is Candace's grandmother, and then we will take a quick poll going out of this segment. See who they think is the leader right now. Eleanor in Trustful. How are you, Eleanor?
I'm fine. How are you?
We're great. Welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show.
Thank you.
Here we go. It is 6 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us as we work through another hour. Speedy is here, as you heard. Also, we've got the real Greg Burgess back from Grandparents' Breakfast. Bill Bubba Bussey in the mix, as Ken Osborne just told us. All right, so as we start a brand new hour, Greg, some people on the text are saying that when the kids, your grandkids mess up, will you ever shout at them your line from the great movie Tangled Web?
No.
Okay, okay.
That was me, Rick. I was acting.
You were acting then. Okay.
Yeah, that wasn't real.
That was total acting.
Totally.
Award-winning acting. We talked about a lot on the program today. We started out talking about some of the football from the weekend. We had a few stories from that. Then we got into a flashback of me going to visit the original studio where it all began. And when Bubba and I went on the air in January, not December, in January of 1994 as Rick and Bubba, and have been marching ever since. But that's where it all began, and so many things there. So then we got into that. We talked a little bit about the debate tomorrow. So if you're just now joining us, those things have been covered. You can catch them in the podcast archives today or the YouTube archives. So, Bubba, a couple of things. I know that that Saban, they had the big unveiling in Tuscaloosa.
The naming
of Saban Field. And then at halftime, they did some stuff for Saban. But first, you talk about, when you go back and wish you could take back some pregame comments. Here is Saban and Kirk Herbstreit. I guess this is during the pregame show.
Yeah,
game day.
This game day, yeah.
And let's just play it. Okay, all right. So here's the clip. All right,
There's going to be a lot of Alabama folks that don't like what I'm going to say here, but I think Hugh Freeze is going to do an outstanding job at Auburn.
Yeah.
I think they're going to be one of the most improved teams in the SEC. DJ Durkin is a great addition for them as a defensive coordinator. So I really think they're going to make a huge impact, especially with the explosive players that they've added to their offense. They're going to be somebody that everybody has to reckon with.
You know who one of those guys is? Sam Jackson V, now playing at Auburn. When Auburn and Cal played last year, Jackson played quarterback for the Bears for most of the game, scored a touchdown late. Again, he was Peyton Thorne's teammate in high school.
Yeah, I think people looked at Peyton Thorne last year coming over from Michigan State, and they were lukewarm on him. I'm with you. You put the offense now that's going to be decided by what Hugh Freeze can do as a play caller. You know better than anybody his abilities. He's got a veteran quarterback in Peyton Thorne who can run just enough in that offense, like a Bo Wallace type of guy. And then the Cam Coleman's a true freshman, the group of receivers you're talking about. They got 4 guys. I think Auburn is a surprise team in the entire SEC, and I think Peyton Thorne has a chance to have a big year this year.
Oh, that explains the game now.
Yeah. I saw that happen live, and I was like, that's it.
He said if they could just play Alabama A&M every week.
Right, Greg, there you go again. Boy, it didn't take you long to drop Papa, did it?
Yeah.
Well, oh, my goodness. 70 to
Boy,
whatever.
brought it right back in here, didn't
I
it?
beat you by 70?
The amount of interceptions was just incredible. I've got kids, so it's hard to sit and watch a game. But literally, I would get a chance. I'm like, all right, nobody's okay. All right, everybody's. And then I'd just poke my head around the corner and just watch, the ball go to the other team. It happened so many times.
All right, is it true?
That's quite a breakdown.
Yeah,
thank you for that analyzed game
Call me Reese
information.
Davis
there.
Adler.
Thank you.
That's way to go. Now this, I never know what's true and not true anymore out there, especially on social media and all that. We have access to so much information, but we have access to so much bad information as well.
Yep.
Did I see that a sports writer for the California Bears, predicted that California would be beaten like 50-something to 3 by Auburn?
And Auburn showed him.
And I wonder, was that some kind of mind game he was playing as well? Was that their chance to say, because Auburn, I know, beat California barely in one of the worst played football games I've ever seen in my life.
14 to 10 last year.
Can these two teams stop playing each other? The two of them together produces some of the worst games I've ever seen in my life.
Well, I'm going to tell you, Cal's quarterback during the first half, he could not miss. I don't know what the official number was. I know he had to throw one away maybe, but Rick, he hit like 16 or 17 in a row. He was on fire.
Yeah, and again, Hugh Freeze is a good football coach, and I'm not saying that you're going to see that Auburn the rest of the year.
No,
but
a few Kings.
Yeah, but it was just it was an ugly game.
Jake Curtis, he predicted that Auburn would win 59-3. He's a writer for the Cal Bears.
Okay.
I tell you, the old Bears will have a little fun with him this week.
Yes, they will.
Yep.
Yes, they will.
They may run him up a tree.
Yeah, so Saban thought that
You get it,
Auburn was
Bears.
going to be the most improved. Even got Herb Street fired up about it. And
it may be down the road, but didn't show it this week.
No.
well, I will say this, and I
Take a
know
step back.
Bubba and I have done this for years, and no one can explain it. We can't either. We just simply point to it. I don't know how programs have personalities when coaches change, players changed. I don't know.
Presidents,
I don't know if it's the
trustees,
uniform, but
decades.
There are
New trees have grown.
There are programs that you can change everything, but they have a personality. I can't explain it. And one of the things,
No matter who's there.
I said this. I said I have been involved and around Auburn since I was a little boy. Okay, and sometimes really involved, sometimes not involved much at all. Some period of time where I didn't care about it because I cared about what was going on at Jacksonville State. Couldn't care less what Auburn did. So I've been everywhere, but I've been around it a lot. And it is, I think I can say this, of all football programs that I'm familiar with. Okay, let me go ahead and make that. I'm not familiar with all of them.
Familiar.
It is the most inconsistent group I've ever seen in my entire life.
Yeah.
And that you're not talking about the team now. You're talking about 60 years.
The program, as long as it's existed.
It's like you inherited it.
The program, as long as it has existed.
Yeah.
The most inconsistent. They cannot handle success. Never been able to handle success. And hype. Never. No matter who's there. Okay,
you almost begin to think Indian burial ground,
right?
Something like that. I don't know.
When they won the national championship in 2010, I thought, well, this is in the Revelation somewhere.
Yeah,
because Auburn's never been able to pull that kind of stuff off. Never.
And after seeing Cam Newton, you would have thought there would have been a long list and a long line of dual threat quarterbacks that wanted to play for Gus.
Yeah, no. Auburn is kind of like the Auburn is a lot like the Kardashians. If you go there, they'll ruin you. And so it's
he's looking at that.
Yeah, and so and again they may now keep in mind talk about this is the point I'm talking about. Talking about inconsistent on the good side. Auburn was so bad last year that I didn't even watch the Iron Bowl. I went to a movie and out to eat. And walked into a restaurant, and people are screaming and hollering. I said, "What's going on?" And they said, "Auburn is about to beat Alabama." And I'm like, "No."
You would have thought.
No. But no, the fact that they got to 4th and 31, what is that team doing with a 4th and 31 chance to even win? Now they're going to squander it. Yeah. But what did they even do in that? That team was terrible compared to Alabama. But you never know. All of a sudden they'll just rise up, and you go, they're crazy unpredictable and inconsistent.
I said it's great.
Yeah, you're right. But it's
Auburn Tiger.
But I hate to bring this up.
Well, it's always interesting. I'll say that you don't have to worry about settling into championship year and enjoying it.
No. And like you said, Bubba, like you do with the Vikings, and you can with Auburn too. My wife to this moment still can't believe it. When we're sitting in the restaurant on 4th and 31 last year, I never look at the screen. I just keep eating. And kind of like you did with Hunter on that field goal that time.
The extra point.
I looked at her and I said, Alabama will score right here. And she goes, it's 4th and 31. I said, just watch it. And she said, why? I said, because it's Auburn. This will be the most Auburn thing to do is to let Alabama throw to the end zone and beat them right here. That's what's going to happen. And as the ball went in the air, I just kept eating. I didn't even look at the screen. I just kept looking at Sherry. And all of a sudden you hear the mania. And I said, and she looked, she said, that's weird.
Yeah.
I said, it's not like I haven't been around this. I know how all this works.
Rick, remember the odds before that. I have to go back to what an incredible play it was.
Sure, incredible play, yeah.
4th down, 30 yards or more in Division I football last year. Teams were 0 and was it 131?
I don't know.
Or 30, I can't remember. It was some unbelievable number. And then you had that.
Right.
Well, when you let the quarterback stand there for 20 minutes, somebody will come open.
I've never thought coverage was the way to win that because I don't care if you're Tom Brady. You cannot complete a pass laying on your back.
Oh, no. In that play, Auburn's DBs covered the receivers for enough time as you're supposed to.
Yeah, you can't.
It's just there was so much more time left. It was like being in the backyard, the kid when you don't have anybody rushing. He just stands back there till somebody gets open. And you're Auburn, too. It's not like you're going to the national championship. Hey, just peel your ears back, go after him, and if you don't make it, so what? Don't lose that way. I'm going to lose with him running for his life.
The texters are so funny. They think Saban did that on purpose to feed Auburn rat poison.
Now, that's possible. He loves rat poison.
It still goes
yummy. Well, you should have seen his face, the performance of his own team for about three and a half quarters. He wasn't happy there either. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
How about Candace today in the Bachelor?
Oh, she is beautiful.
Tell you what.
And I have no swimming pool.
Okay, that's good.
Good.
Cassio need not worry.
Okay, that's good.
Good safety net.
Okay, that's good. Those of you that have
And
heard
you do have good homeowners insurance, right?
I do.
Okay, good. Be sure that's updated.
And look,
Y'all don't be mean to them.
If they end up together, just say, look, don't, y'all can't come here on the 4th of July.
And don't worry if she can't cook, I can cook really good.
You think?
Wow.
You think Mama can't put something on the table?
Sure.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Eleanor.
Thank you.
Bubba, it's time for a quick poll.
If it's a power pole, Greg will climb
Quick poll, who do you think has the edge right now?
Pole, Mark will sign
Just from first impressions, that's all you got to go on right now.
Pole, Ryan will design it.
Everybody.
A flagpole, the army is behind it.
Everybody together now.
Everybody's got one. Voice your opinion
On the Rick and Bubba official. Sing it.
Quick Poll.
Rick, just a quick shout out this morning to an old friend of mine watching the show today in Atlanta, works for the Weather Channel, Greg Stroud.
Greg, good
You
morning.
remember Greg
I
from
sure
Channel
do.
40?
Yes, I do.
And Greg, good to hear you. Thank you for your humor this morning. Sick as always.
The quick poll works like this. Just simply tell us who do you think has the upper hand right now on first impressions with the Bachelor. This has nothing to do with who's going to win or whatever, just your opinion only. Hattiesburg will start. Mike, who do you think has the edge right now?
Well, Rick and Bubba Hay from Hattiesburg, Mississippi. I'd say Atlanta, but knowing Cassio, he's going to probably call it a three-way tie and try to take all of them and then fall in the water where he can get some mouth-to-mouth from the lifeguard.
Yeah, you're saying here's what you think, but in reality, he's fine with all of them right now.
Oh, he's hoping the game will come to a draw.
Thank you, Mike.
I haven't seen anybody that happy in a
Who was
long
that
time.
for? Atlanta?
Yeah.
Alana? I mean.
Alana. Pigeon Forge, Tennessee. Greg, what do you think?
I believe it's going to be Alana.
So you think's ahead right now. Let's go to Danny in Birmingham. Danny, what do you think?
I think Speedy needs to back off a little bit of poor old KC and or CK, and I'm definitely going with Megan.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Poor CK.
Yeah, God bless him. He's only having breakfast with 3 women.
Sure.
Mac in McGee, Mississippi. Mac, what do you think?
Yeah, I think Megan.
Megan?
Megan.
All right. Amy in Birmingham. Amy, what do you think?
My vote is for Candace.
Okay, you think Candace right now. Greg in Birmingham, what do you think?
Candace.
Wow, 2-2, too.
Yeah, I know. It's everybody.
It's evenly split.
Well, that lets you know there is no clear leader right now. Right. Keith, what do you think?
Got to be Megan.
All right. Hi, you're on the Rick and Bubba Show. The quick poll. What do you think? Hi, Rick and Bubba Show. Quick poll. Who do you think's got the edge right now?
Alana.
Alana. Okay. Hi, Rick and Bubba Show. Who do you think has the edge right now?
I believe it's going to be Atlanta.
Okay. Or Alana. Hi, Rick and Bubba Show. What do you think? That name's going to haunt us this whole time.
Yeah.
You say Alana also? Okay. Hi, Rick and Bubba Show. What do you think?
I think it's Candace.
Candace. I can't tell whether they're saying Alana or they're acting like they're James Gregory saying Atlanta.
Yeah.
Hey, Rick and Bubba Show. What do you say?
We want Candace.
Okay. All right. Oh, Dunaway weighing in, and I know who Dunaway's going to go.
Oh, sure.
Oh, a shocker. I was a little surprised by that vote from Dunaway. Jim, how do you see it right now?
Oh, it's got to be Alana. If anybody needs to go through boot camp and the dating process, it's Cassio Kidd.
Do you think, though, that her being disciplined and willing to work hard and
could kill him with her bare hands,
Well, fear factor, that plays into it. Nobody can keep Cassio in line than a trained soldier, I think.
Well, that's true. Have you seen any of it this morning, Jim?
Yeah, I've watched it. Wow, all three of them, gorgeous girls, and you've got to get to the mental aptitude test because something's wrong.
Yeah. There's something here. Well, even though I will say for Cassio, he has dropped some weight. He's got his hair like he likes it. He's
looking good.
He's looking good.
He's got the latest dance mixes.
Yes.
Let me do say I'm glad I had Maggie already round up before I became friends with Speed Racer because, wow, backstabber.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Okay. When it's
22 minutes now past the hour. Yeah, go ahead. Say it. So Saban this weekend, we let you hear him during his during game day, but it was a special day in Tuscaloosa for Nicholas Saban. He had most of us feel right now, actually couldn't stand the state of college football and retired. He, like the rest of us grumpy old men, are not really digging the way the game is going and what it's turning into. But it was time to honor, some people say arguably, but I'd like to hear that argument, that he's not the greatest college football coach so far. He is in a class by himself, and so here he is, a couple of things with him walking out of the tunnel. This is the halftime field dedication or the early one? I know they did something before the game.
I think this is before the game. They had him walk out of the tunnel first by himself.
Yep.
And you can see he's walking past all of the years that he's won a national championship.
Mm-hmm.
And that's just a cool visual, and I agree with you, Rick. He is the greatest of all time.
I know. Look, you have to call it. No one has done what he's done in the environment in which he did.
Yeah, the toughest time to ever do it.
Right, yes.
I mean, there's been some good ones.
Right.
Bud Wilkerson and some of those guys, they had tremendous runs, but and of course Barry Bryant.
Right.
Of course.
I think Saban doing what he did and the time that he did it was just incredible.
9, 11,
So
12.
here he is, and now in 10C, what's going on here, Adler?
Yeah, that's the picture I'm showing right here. This
look
is
at that.
him walking past that sign. 9, 11, 12, 15, 17, 20.
Yeah, that's good.
It's a good shot right there.
Right, yeah.
That is, wow. That's a framer right there.
That's
a framer.
Did you see the one Auburn did? They actually had Hugh Freeze walk down the toilet paper aisle at a grocery store.
All right.
On the way. And so
here's a pretty slick drone shot.
No, he agrees with me 100%.
Saban Field right there.
Yeah, there it is. Wow.
That's a big old stadium.
Well, the Tumors Corner thing. That's where I was going with that.
Yeah, totally.
Saban Field. That's incredible. What a celebration and much deserved.
I have the pleasure of some of my closest friends being Alabama fans, and Terry and I will go over and sometimes they'll host and we'll all watch the game together. And when you have the success that Alabama has had, it'll kind of spoil you as a fan if anything goes wrong. But,
they're not spoiled.
But growing up as a Mississippi State fan, I mean, I'm used to being disappointed,
right.
And a little bit like Auburn, and so something will happen in the game, like against USF, and I look at them and I'm like, yeah, you'll be fine. Yeah, it's okay.
They don't
and they'll live and make fun of themselves because at least they're logical about it. They're not crazy. But it's funny to hear them talk out loud about how they're disappointed in something, and I'm thinking to myself, I would be thrilled if this happened with the team I liked.
Yeah.
It's just kind of funny though to just watch and witness and sit back and enjoy the interaction between them and the game. But then they'll also make fun of themselves about, like, what am I saying? But it's just interesting to see. And it's new. It's not the first time I've done it. I just sit back and watch every time and go, buddy, y'all have no idea. No idea.
Well, you've
how
arrived.
hard it can be.
Well, what you've arrived when you hate losing more than you can enjoy winning.
Yeah.
Who did State play this week?
Arizona State.
Middle of the night, too sleepy, couldn't stay up for it. Had to stop a guy that was walking down the street with a Mississippi State shirt on to ask him what the score was. The next day on Sunday.
What was it? What was the score?
30-23. They came alive in the second half, but that was too late at that point. and it'll work out. It's new. You know what I mean? Coach here, first time. I'm thinking out loud. So it might turn out. But the only reason I brought it up is just because sitting with them and look, it's just when you're just been around that greatness, that kind of greatness. Yeah. You get spoiled a little bit.
Well, you think about what happens to you too, and sometimes I'll be angry about it a little bit.
Yeah.
Is I think about, because you look to your family because they're the ones that get you involved in your teams. You don't have a choice when you're a tiny little boy.
Right.
And so I know for a fact, Greg, right? This is not up for debate. For a fact that Bear Bryant was recruiting our dad.
Yeah.
I know that for a fact. All he had to do was take that. He takes that, and I could enjoy all the spoils of being an Alabama fan.
So true.
If he had just gone to Alabama, and he had a chance to do it.
Yeah.
If my oldest son had just simply gone to Alabama, okay, and I would have gotten in a different situation. If Brooks Burgess had not gone to Mississippi State, now I'm an Auburn and Mississippi State fan. I mean, could it get any worse? I mean, what?
Wow,
I mean,
add the Vikings to your column, and you got it.
If I had Vikings over here.
Hey.
So, but think about it. If things, because you don't know as a kid, whatever jersey they put on you, you went all in.
You'll see a kid when he gets a little bit older where he'll stray from the family.
Sometimes.
But we're very rare.
Well,
very rare.
Sherry asked me over the weekend, why do you pull for the Green Bay Packers? And I said, there is no reason other than when I was a little kid, that's the first uniform I got from the NFL.
Yeah,
it came in. I got it on a Christmas morning, and I put it on, and so that was my team.
I strayed. I think most of my family were Alabama fans, heavy back then.
My wife.
You had a chance.
First game I ever went to was Alabama
What
Tennessee at Legion Field.
What happened?
It was either 69 or 70. I don't remember which year they were played there when Johnny Musso and all of them played.
Did you just want misery? What was it?
I think the competitiveness, because everybody was for Alabama, I had to be for the other team.
Okay, you just wanted to be okay.
Yeah, I wanted to be difficult.
Do you ever look back? Do you ever look back at that decision?
Rick, I've looked back at a lot of decisions this year. And, really questioned myself. What the heck was I thinking?
Right.
But,
so that. That you just asked for trouble right there.
Yep.
At least her whole family are rabid Alabama.
Mm-hmm.
She's Auburn. You know why? I mean, she had this pick from a little kid because she liked the blue jerseys better than the red.
Oh,
okay.
really?
Is what she
Things like that happen with kids, though.
She'll tell you that's exactly why.
I do prefer.
I liked Auburn's the blue and orange.
Yeah, nobody get upset. I know that's why I even say that. That's wasted breath. But I do like the Auburn uniform better than the Alabama uniform. Now, if I was just from just a shallow standpoint, I do like it better.
When I was a kid, I remember I liked Georgia's helmets because I liked the G on there.
Oh, yeah.
Now I'm talking about little bitty kids.
But don't you think the Vikings, that helmet drew you to them?
Oh, yeah, absolutely it did. And the purple, because it was different than what everybody else had. But I also liked Oklahoma when I was a little kid. I thought they had a paper clip on their helmet.
Yeah.
For the longest time.
I remember you telling me that.
And
now you've made me, that's all I see now.
Yeah, OU.
When I was a kid, I liked USC, the Trojans.
Yeah. You had to because you saw them every Saturday.
They were on every.
ABC
Maybe that was
Wide
fun.
World of Sports.
Yeah.
When I was a kid, I found out about the Chargers, and I was like, "There's a Lightning team."
No, their uniform was cool. I liked
it was really cool.
Yeah.
But then I found out they were pretty terrible. So that's
We'll come back. More Rick and Bubba as we march on right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Speedy, everybody yells it up. I mean, people get out their breather when it's on me.
Sure.
But when Speedy says something about somebody else, it's.
Well, you know what I think? You know what I think it is, though. You know how sometimes when, like, if you looked out in a game and you see Eddie George with the mail,
sure,
and a linebacker just drills him, you go, well, Eddie,
he can take it.
He can take it.
You're right.
But if you look like Rudy ran out there, and all of a sudden somebody just waxed him, you just go, oh man, poor Rudy.
Oh yeah, sure.
You know what I mean? I think there's some of that there.
Yeah. You're probably all over that. Well, our poll,
I'm a veteran of it, Rick.
Our poll is pretty evenly spread out
there's no
here.
clear leader.
Alana just a little bit of a lead, but not much.
And Jim voting for Alana.
thinking that the boot camp thing is appealing in some sick way to Cassio right now.
Some people emailing saying, Megan, could it be the second coming of Dixie Spice?
It's possible. It's possible.
Well, they do kind of look alike.
A little bit. What they all want to be interns. We'll be back. We're back 34 minutes past the hour. The music of Hayseed Dixie, their new CD, a tribute to Kiss, bluegrass versions of famous Kiss songs, Kiss My Grass, Hibby tribute. We've heard from Cassio. We've heard from family members. We've had a quick poll here in the first day of the Bachelor. But now, what about the ladies? What are they thinking about Cassio after meeting him and hanging with him a minute?
You know, Rick, sometimes we forget this can be a traumatizing event if you've never been on radio and TV. I mean, we come in here and don't really think about it because we've been doing it for a while. But, you know, you get in here and the lights and the camera. I mean, you could have been taken back. I don't know. Maybe they've never met Cassio in person. I don't know. I guess they haven't, have they?
I don't think so. Hey, D.
Hey.
Is there any way you could pull them off individually off to the side and let's just kind of ask them how they're feeling right now before they come back for the final ceremony?
I'll grab a girl. Let me see which one I'll get. I'll get Candace here.
Okay. They're eating breakfast together
Candace.
right now.
In case you're just tuning in, you're right in the middle of the Bachelor.
Cassio,
okay,
episode
Candace
1.
is stepping outside with me right quick.
Okay.
Candace, Rick Bubba want to talk to you in a bit.
Candace?
Hello?
Hey, Candace.
Candace, Rick and Bubba here. How you doing?
Hi, good.
How is breakfast going?
It's going good.
Candace, since you got to the studio and everything, what are you thinking? Any second thoughts? What do you think about Cassio?
No, he's cool. He's real sweet and nice. He's funny.
There, watch out. Funny. Watch it.
Do you find him attractive?
Yeah, he's cute.
Funny. Charity cute. Do you think he's cuter or funny? Would you if he? Well, at this point, you don't find yourself going, oh, I don't know if I should have done this?
No, I'm glad I did it.
Good. What about the other girls? How do you like them?
They're so sweet. They're really nice.
Early in the game.
Yeah, who do you think might be the leader right now? Who is the person to beat, do you think?
I think Alana.
Alana.
How did the seating arrangement end up like it ended up? Who's sitting?
At breakfast?
Yeah, what did I say? Dinner? I'm sorry. Breakfast. How did y'all decide who sat next to him?
Well, we just went in there and we just sat down before he did, and he just came in and sat down. We didn't really decide. Everybody just kind of sat down.
So he had no choice where he sat?
Yeah, no, he didn't have a choice.
Okay, but y'all had a choice where you sat.
Yeah.
Have y'all switched up a little bit? Have y'all
No.
like said, hey, you sat with him a little bit, now it's time for me? Sat with him.
Well, it's one booth. I don't guess I can.
I rode here in the front, and so I sat across from him and let someone else sit next to him.
Okay, all right. Well, Candace, thanks.
Go back in and finish breakfast and tell Cassio that you're going to have to start heading this way.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, Candace.
Thank you,
You're
Candace.
welcome. Okay.
Don't hang up.
Okay.
Just hand the phone back to D.
All right, let's see here. Next, I'll get...
D, not sure what everybody's name is.
Hey, lady.
Alana.
What's that, girl?
Alana?
That name's going to haunt us this whole contest. We need to talk to her mom about that.
Pass the gravy, please. Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Here we go, Rick and Bubba's show. Thanks for being with us today. We've had a blast looking back and talking about the current stories. You can catch the archives, anything you missed on our YouTube and podcast archives today. Being back in Gadsden last night where it all began, having a great opportunity to meet hundreds of you, and it didn't take long for somebody to bring up, hey, Field of Greens, thank you so much for pointing us to that. You're welcome, my friend. Love it. It's probably of all the things I've been trying to do just a little bit better. Bubba, are you familiar with our biological age?
Yes. Oh, yeah.
That's all that really matters. What you have on the calendar may not mean much. Matter of fact, you may be 50, but your biological age be 70. Or you may be 70.
You don't have to tell me about it, Rick.
Yes, right. Or your biological age might be 50. But Field of Greens really plays a role and making sure your biological age is younger than your true age. And I saw that in my last checkup. And they're so confident in this product. It's an organic superfood that if you don't see improvement in your health, you get your money back. Field of Greens was selected by doctors to support vital body functions like the heart, the liver, the kidneys, your immune system. That's a biggie right now. And I keep hearing that a lot. Man, I'll tell you one thing. My immune system has gotten so much stronger. Well, you know why? Because your body's getting the fuel that it needs. That's why it's stronger. It's probably better to go down that road, that path, as opposed to give me the latest shot y'all come up with or the latest pill I can pop. Look, there's free shipping available. You get 15% off if you go to fieldofgreens.com, use the promo code BIGVOX. Fieldofgreens.com, promo code BIGVOX, 15% off. That link is also at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Bubba, everybody's favorite couple, or what some people find the most annoying couple. And that's Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift. I know a lot of us are thinking, please tell me something else about them. But Bubba, this
we don't know.
This does tie into your love of tennis. Apparently, the U.S. Open is going on. Is that correct?
Well, they had the big men's championship. It was championship weekend. They wrapped all that up this weekend, and Sunday afternoon was the big finals on the men's side. First time we had a guy. We had a U.S. guy in there, Fitz, that we thought had potential. Of course, a guy from the U.S. hasn't won it like 21 years.
Did not know that.
The star-studded turnout, they were showing them on TV, and there's always a lot of stars at the U.S. Open. But I tell you, it was more than I had ever seen before, and TNT was right in the middle of it.
Now, TNT, this is the code phrase for this couple that everybody wants to hear everything possible about, right?
Yeah, Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce.
Yeah. They were there and singing along to that. Remember that song by The Darkness, I Believe in a Thing Called Love? I believe in a thing called That's what they're doing here. And
Taylor's really acting it out.
Taylor's touching him, and he's hugging her. Touching you. It's part of the song.
Oh, I didn't know
It's part of the song.
I
yeah.
didn't know that. Okay.
I believe in a thing called love. Yeah.
The Mahomes were there.
Do I know this song?
It's a pretty cool song.
What?
I like it.
What are you saying?
If you heard it, you'd like it.
Are you sure?
Oh, yeah.
What?
It's not a pop song.
Oh, okay.
It's rock song.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's like a throwback.
How's it go
almost.
again?
I believe in a thing called love. That's good, Greg. Yeah, that's more the style.
That's it.
Stand up and shout.
Yeah, it's very, very stand up and shout.
It's not like that, is it?
No, you would love the riff.
Oh, what?
Riff.
Love? What's the name of the band?
The Darkness.
Uh-oh.
I mean,
it's
this
on one of them
Stop
the
pointing.
little CDs we have over
Just
there.
tell me.
I can't remember it.
Okay. I didn't know that. I've never seen that. Have you ever heard
it
this
came
before?
out like 2000s, but it was like a 1970s feel to the band.
Okay.
Good bed music.
The Darkness?
I probably have played it, haven't I?
No.
The bed music,
but
no?
if you
It's in there somewhere?
But you would like it.
Stand up and shout!
Okay.
That's it.
All right,
no, you got to get the opening.
My
line.
heart's
Well,
an overdrive, and
wanna
you're behind the steering wheel.
Okay. All right. I'll play it coming out of the
Bom,
net.
touching you.
I'll
touching me.
Yeah.
And so what got us on this was Taylor Swift and Travis. They were singing that to each other.
Oh,
and
well, good.
You could
You
tell
see
Travis
Brittany
was a little
Mahomes right there to the right.
bit. Yes, there's
I thought
Miss
they were
Mahomes.
mad.
And there's Patrick right there.
Yep.
Okay.
I guess I need to get me a bucket hat and a gold chain and a mustache, a handlebar mustache, because I'm out of style, evidently.
Well, I'm going to tell you this.
The 70s
His
fashion.
brother is reaping all this fame. His Buffalo
Jason.
Wild Wings commercial is funny.
Hey, they are.
When
They're
the Buffalo's
good.
talking to him.
That is very funny. I'll tell you another one's funny I like is that ESPN one. Of course, y'all can't see it. Y'all can't see it when he's in there getting everybody hot for the games. They walk in and go, "Really?
Come on."
they took it. He's taking over their job.
It's pretty funny.
He needs to find something to do.
He is good.
By the way, I'm just now understanding. All right, this is hilarious. Video 11, Adler. I'm just now understanding. Has somebody ever sent you something and they're all hyped up about it and you watch it and you don't get it?
Yeah.
So everybody was sending me this video 11. I never understood what they were telling me. And I didn't understand why everybody, I was busy and it was coming in. This right here. See, I think that when this video is that they send it to me, it's just the stadium.
Right.
I didn't realize this is in a sports bar and they have it set up like you're in the stadium.
Right.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I kept thinking, why does everybody care about showing me this?
It's like the
Oh,
sphere.
the screen. Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
See, I never understood what people were
That's
sending me.
pretty cool.
Look at that.
Wow.
The camera really doesn't doesn't do it justice, I don't think.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah. So you're in the sports bar, and then it has this. I mean, it's like you're sitting in the end zone of the stadium.
Yeah, and the seats are like stadium seats, and you've got this big TV, so you feel like you're in the end zone.
I'd like to apologize to a couple of friends, including Lance Ingram. I did not understand why y'all were hyped about this.
So you didn't give him much.
Well, let me show you why. Look at the beginning of the video. This is what threw me. Of course, that's all
This
I watched.
may be the one that you saw because it's even more confusing. That looks like they're in the stadium.
Right, I didn't
That's the
follow
sports
it.
bar.
And see these other screens up top?
Yeah.
That's what threw me.
Okay.
I'm like, why do I? So what? They've got some big screens in the end zone seats. That's all I thought everybody was sending me.
Yes.
I'm
But
like, well,
if you
why?
look, it does look cartoonish right up there.
Yeah.
It's this giant guy right here that kind of tips you off. Oh, they're not in the stadium. That's a screen.
Right. By the way, Greg, that looks like you from the side.
It really does.
That big old head.
Yeah, gigantic headed face, man.
Speaking of that, other things that didn't go right over
It
the
was
weekend. Can we C9B, Adler? You know I love mascot humor.
Oh, we love mascot humor.
And this particular mascot has a bad run-in.
Oh, buddy.
Yeah.
All right, so here it is. This is the NC State mascot, is it?
Yeah.
The Wolfpack guy?
Yeah, nothing went right.
He's not paying attention. The ball gets him right where it counts. Down he goes.
I love that he just fell with it. He just went with it.
That pretty much summed the whole game up for them.
Yeah, it did.
Really did.
Also, did you see a video?
I want to see 8, this trick play they used.
Yeah,
you know, I love a good trick
Yeah, that's
play.
what I was going to tell you.
Talking about
Hey,
good
that's what
tricks
I was
for
going
playing.
to. This is Oklahoma with the trick play to the fullback versus Arkansas. I didn't see
Was it Oklahoma State?
Yeah, Oklahoma State, yeah.
Like the guy.
I keep wanting to turn around
I
and
do
do it.
too. I'm doing the same thing. God love his fullback.
Being on that level
He
there.
wanted so
So
badly to
he was
score.
the initial handoff, right? And then he pitched it back to a wide receiver coming around. He just keeps going down the field on
Yeah.
a wheel route, and he is wide open.
When fullback,
Before 18 runs me down.
Right.
that was a really well designed play.
Yeah, it
though.
is. It is.
You know, it was good because I didn't see a whole lot of good execution this weekend. Good to see somebody execute something.
Yes.
Sloppy. I hate sloppy execution. Golly. Sloppy drills. I hate it.
You don't like your eggs sloppy?
I don't like it. I tell you what, keep bringing me sloppy eggs and these
Bring 'em
sloppy
on.
drills. But it was funny because my oldest son asked me, "What would you do in this situation to fix this team?" I said, "Well, what I would do, everybody would quit.
Yeah.
They'd all just go to another school.
Yes, I'm out.
I don't know what you do."
I wonder if they're going to have Saban do like a good cop, bad cop situation where DeBoer is like the good cop and then Saban comes in, does some bad cop stuff since he's still around. I don't know. I don't know what do you do.
Well, you're still the GOAT, but at some point, having the old coach hanging around is not going to be good for the new coach.
That's a fact.
No, you're right.
Definitely.
Phone calls are next. All 10 lines are available. America, it's your turn on any topic right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, Megan.
So he went Megan. It bothered him about he
Hello?
Megan, hey.
Hey.
Rick and Bubba here.
You're live on the air. We're just checking in to see how things are going in your opinion.
Things are going good. I keep on trying to ask Cassio questions, but I don't know. I think I'm learning more about the other two girls than him.
Why is that? Are y'all all chiming in, or he's not giving you much?
No, he's giving us just not very much though, but we're having a good time.
I think he's just overwhelmed a little bit.
Yeah, I think he is too. I don't think he really knows what to say.
Well, Megan, at this point, are you glad that you got in this?
Yeah, I just wish I could talk to him more.
Oh, well, that's going to happen in the one-on-one.
Yeah, one-on-one.
Okay.
What do you think about Cassio? Let's talk about that.
I think he's sweet.
All right,
He's
sweet.
nice too.
All right, hold on,
Yeah.
sweet.
Do you
nice.
find him attractive? Is he?
Yeah, he's cute.
Okay, again.
But you know what?
That's good.
I think that one was a little more heartfelt.
Yeah.
Do you agree?
Yeah.
So you're frustrated because you don't feel like you're being able to let him get to know you right now. It's hard to get to him right now.
Yeah, I want to get to know him a little bit better.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Megan, who do you think might be Cassio's favorite at this point? And if you think it's you
No. I think it's Alana.
You're going to have to do something about that girl.
She's over there sitting by him. That's the problem.
Yeah, we asked Candace how she ended up sitting by him, and she said that y'all left it wide open for him to sit by Alana.
I mean, how'd you end up next to
I think
Candace?
the Marine thing is impressing him a whole lot.
And she threatened to beat y'all up if you don't let you. I mean, sit by.
We're scared of her. No, I'm just kidding. No, she's real sweet.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you very much, Megan.
All right.
All right, and just give the phone back to Dean. We'll see you in a minute.
Okay.
All right, now, good. Now we're getting us a cat.
All right, guys.
Yeah. Hey, Megan's.
Dave?
Megan's aggressive.
Dave, we need Alana.
Alana. Let me get Alana.
Is it Megan or Megan?
Oh, it's Alana.
Megan.
Alana.
Alana.
Megan. Yeah, send us out 1, 2,
Alana.
1, 2, and 3 is what I'm gonna start calling.
No, dude, Dave, I said it wrong.
Alana.
Hello?
Alana, hey.
Yes?
Rick and Bubba, you're live on the air. We just wanted to get some feedback from you about what you thought about Cassio so far.
He's very nice. I'm having a good time.
You seem to be making some progress here. Do you feel that?
I don't know. Am I?
Well,
the other girls seem to think that you may be the one to beat.
Really?
Yeah.
That's good, then.
They said you got to sit by him and.
I am sitting by him.
A lot of boot camp talk and all that.
Yeah.
How you feel about him right now in your early stages of getting to know him?
I mean, you hang out with a lot of Marines. I mean, is this...
What's your first impression?
He's really funny. He's so funny.
Oh, boy.
Well, she's cracked it. Rick, that's a start.
I know.
You find him attractive,
You got to be
Alana?
so careful with that. You're dealing with
He's
it.
an attractive guy.
Okay.
All right.
How about this? The last two seem a little more sincere. I'm not sure that Candace finds him attractive, but the other two really seem to.
Well, Alana, who do you think might be the person to beat?
I'm thinking Candace.
Really?
Yeah.
Candace has a whole different strategy, I think. I'm going to tell you what. Let me tell you who came to play here. I'm not trying to pitch y'all against each other. Megan, when
she's got her game face.
When she was out here, she was saying she feels like she's having a hard time getting some one-on-one with him right now.
Yeah, because we're all stuck in like a little booth, so we really don't have one-on-one time. But see, I'm sitting by him, so.
Yeah, I bet if you looked inside right now, you would see her. I bet she's taking your seat from you.
He's sitting by himself right now.
Oh, is he?
Hey, Alana, have y'all got your food yet?
Yeah, we're done eating.
All right,
Okay, come on back. Y'all come on back.
Thank you, Alana.
Okay.
All right, come on
Okay,
back.
bye.
That's a recap for
Thank
the
you,
audience.
Speedy. All right, a recap here. Candace says Cassio's sweet, nice, and funny, and gave a charity cute. She thinks Alana is the leader. Megan says Cassio is sweet, nice, cute, needs more one-on-one conversation, thinks Alana is winning also. Alana thinks Cassio's nice, having a good time, funny, with a laugh to go with it, attractive guy, she said, and thinks Candace is winning.
Different approaches, Rick, as we see the personalities beginning to come out.
Yeah.
Our Bachelor will have a tough decision.
I think, guys in the audience, I can get Megan and Alana to fight. If I know y'all are pulling for me, I'll see what I can do for you there.
Who will accept a biscuit, Rick?
I know it. The ceremony next. We come back.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio. Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please.
I've never heard this song in my life. Okay, so anyway, here we go.
Look at Greg singing
Oh,
in there.
Greg's singing it. He loves it in there.
Stand up and shout.
All right, so you ever heard this song?
No.
So before we get to phone calls, do we have another UFO sighting?
Yeah, Rick, I got a couple of emails about this. Starliner also returned this weekend, I heard. I did not see that.
Did it make it back safely?
I guess it did. Several people have texted me about it. They said a man in a small town in Montana has captured footage of an unidentified flying object.
Watch out.
And shared the shocking video that made his wife cry.
Cry. So she cried. Has anybody seen the video? I know people emailed us about it.
You see it,
Adler? There's a story about
it's
it
on Reddit,
but I haven't seen it.
Yeah, I've got the video and photos that he posted. The video is so bad, I'm almost leaning towards the photos here
whatever.
first.
Yeah,
I don't think you can play the audio because I think they were so shocked. There was some.
So is the blue streak there?
Yeah, this blue streak right here is what he thinks is the UFO. He's got several pictures of it.
He said that it had been spinning, and it looked like rotating lights on it. Said the object flew over their home in
I see that,
tiny town with just over 1,700 people, but apparently it was between 10:15 and or 10:10 and 10:15.
Yeah, it's just so bad. The quality of it. There it is. That's all we got.
You see the blinking lights though. See on each end.
He says that all of those lights are all part of the same craft.
Okay, I see what you're saying. Yeah.
So it's all connected.
Oh, I see.
What he's
Okay,
saying.
yeah. Okay. Interesting,
That
Bubba.
is a little odd looking.
Could that be Star what? Starliner?
No.
Yeah. Coming on
It
in?
wouldn't be that or Starlink. I mean, you can see the way that light's moving on the side of it's kind of odd looking.
Yeah.
So,
But,
if Starliner made it back, do you think the people stuck on space station went, "Oh, we could have made it"?
well, they haven't seen the data yet.
True.
There was questions if they could steer it. They didn't know they were going to be able to get it back.
I wouldn't get in it, no way.
And we don't know how hot it got inside, and all that. So they will, they'll update us and all that. But I'm glad that it did make it back. So they have something to look at, to work on as far as the failures of it. We need Boeing to be good.
Yes, we do.
Yeah, we do.
I catch a ride with them a lot.
Yeah.
The husband of the female astronaut that is stuck in space did say that so far this is the best football season he's ever had.
You know what? I asked a guy yesterday about
season ever.
about why Boeing is having so much trouble, and he had an interesting theory I had not thought about. He's a pretty smart guy. And he said that all of this is an outgrowth of COVID. When everybody was not meeting, they were meeting remotely. They were doing all that, not being in person, on hands.
Yeah.
He said just like it hurt the school kids, it probably hurt our industry too.
Sure, it hurt a lot of things.
Yeah, instead of just all of the children, it's also hurt Boeing.
By the way, and I'm proud of America, not every part of America. We all see them trying to do it again, and we're just not paying attention to them. Yeah, hey man, COVID's real. Oh, thank you, WNBA star. We know it's real.
Oh yeah, we've had the bird flu. They've tried several things, and it just never scared everybody enough to get anything going.
Whatever happened to monkeypox? They got on fire for that.
Oh, Rick, it's all Mpox now.
Yeah.
Watch
you
out.
can't call it monkey.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's racist.
To the phones we go. Let's go to Tim and
Apparently,
Sweet.
monkeys were offended by calling the disease that.
Well, once they get that opposable thumb, they get all full of themselves. Tim, go ahead.
Hey, I was in the Navy recruiter here in Gadsden in the early 90s, 93, 94, and I saw you guys up there at the Sardis Gymnasium. Y'all went up there and did a broadcast.
Sounds like
and
us.
I met y'all up there that day, and y'all really nice gentlemen, and I just wanted to say thank y'all for all the years y'all done this.
Well, you're very kind. Thank you for you guys supporting what we do. Travis, also Alabama. Travis, go ahead.
Boy, when Adler chimes in, he makes them count.
He does make them count. Good for him.
Yeah. Hey, I was going to see if y'all heard about the movie Am I Racist by Matt Walsh from Daily Wire. It looks like it's going to be a good one.
No, I haven't.
I've seen the ads for it.
Yeah, Matt does a great job with this kind of stuff, but I haven't seen it, no.
He's the same guy behind What is a Woman?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's right. In one scene, he poses like he's a DEI agent and interviews this lady that's made millions off of some book she wrote about DEI, and ends up his producer's a black guy, and he pulls money out of his pocket and gives it to him for reparations. And then that lady had no choice but to follow suit. It's hilarious.
Bryant, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. Lightning fast. That would be, well, first of all, whoever in the background was singing, they would make a good replacement for Tiny Tim. But let's go to the border wall, which is the Trump administration acquired all those materials to start building that wall. He got elected out, and then the Biden administration selling them off for nickels on the dollar.
Yep.
Yeah. VP Harris, like we believe you're going to build a border wall since you let all that stuff go.
Oh, you're going to see tomorrow night. She's going to become a moderate tomorrow night. You won't believe all things she's going to love tomorrow night. Let's go to Brady. Brady, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey, yes, sir. I was you were at Alabama City last night at the Church of God.
Yes.
You met me last night. And we were the two gentlemen that went to Church of Highlands.
Yes.
Well, I wanted to say that your testimony and your preaching was so powerful that when the service was over and we were heading to our cars, there was a homeless woman that walked past us, and I was convicted to speak to her. Well, right then she gave her life to Christ.
Praise God.
And we were able to help her in her situation. But just letting you know that your message was so powerful that the Holy Spirit went outside that church, outside the doors, and helped us with that.
Well, that's wonderful. That's the way it's supposed to work. Yeah, and thank you for your obedience. Thank you very much and encouraging me. That's very, very kind. Let's go to Steve in Kansas. Steve, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey, good morning, fellas. How y'all doing?
We're good.
Say, I'm calling to talk about that bus in the parking lot of the Democratic Convention. Did you hear about that? They're giving away free vasectomies.
No.
I'd like to donate to that. Where can I send some money? I want to make sure they don't run out of money. I'd love to see more vasectomies from more Democrats.
Thank you, Steve.
Yeah, they apparently had Planned Parenthood had something there. They said they were doing all kinds of stuff.
It was a little bit different.
A lot of stuff.
Funny, but let's go to sad stuff. JC in South Dakota. JC, go ahead.
Good morning, Biggins.
Hey, JC, what's going on, buddy?
Well, I'll give you a weather report and also the real stress of a father. I have a son serving in the Navy in the Red Sea right now, and he's shooting down $500,000 Houthi drones with $14 million rockets.
Wow.
But the weather report is a little bit nicer. It's 71, no humidity, and pheasant season starts in 3 weeks.
Yeah, that sounds wonderful. Man, you talk about beautiful weather and pheasant hunting. Come on, man. And thank you for your family service to our country.
Yep, thank you very much.
So many things they're doing to keep people safe that people don't even know about. Mike, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Yeah, Ramaswamy, whatever his name is. He said the Democrats have a lot of tricks left up their sleeve. They better check Kamala's sleeves before she goes in there. She might have some written on her arm.
All
right, then. I did get through a class in school like that one time. It was,
yeah, they're not supposed to have any notes with them.
Oh,
watch out.
Watch out.
You know
no notes allowed.
I think one of y'all said earlier she's memorized. If they ask anything other than what she's prepared to answer, it's going to be funny.
Yeah, it sure is.
Because they've got her out. Let's try it again.
She's kind of like me in Spanish class. I had the answer already memorized, and then it changed the way they were coming and it threw me off.
Thanks for being with us today. A lot of reminiscing and interacting with you about what's going on currently as well. If you missed any part of the show, podcast archives are available every day. YouTube archives available every day. An hour on Blaze TV for Blaze TV subscribers. If you're leaving us, have a great day, and we'll chat with you on the next Rick and Bubba show.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Waking on their blubber. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Gonna Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.